Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation, formerly Flat Earth Nation. Now, Mudflood was Armageddon, because Mudflood was Armageddon. I'm never going to tell you anything else, and I don't want anybody to tell you anything else. I'm looking for a debate on it. This is going to be a 4-hour show that's a mirror, basically. So I'm not going to be, talking as much as I should, but I want to get, or could, but I want to get something started at the beginning about a fort I just found out about in the harbor of the Philippines that is made of reinforced concrete to look like a battleship. Let me show you a picture of it because I want you to compare it to the famous Fort Jefferson of, everybody's recent mudflood fame. You remember Fort Jefferson? Over 16 million bricks in an island. Claimed to, they hauled it out there, built of bricks. And according to theirs, it took about, I can't remember. It says here 5 years, bought the island. It's crazy. Well, so is this. This is a Fort Drum in 1983. And it was poured concrete. That's 1909. They took it down, rebuilt it up, and we're going to pour it with reinforced concrete. It took the same amount of time. It took about the same amount of time as it did to build this. And they just hauled it all out. Well, this one's still standing. It's never been bombed. Now, this one, no, that's the, this one, yeah, that's the Fort Jefferson, never been bombed. This one, it was bombed like crazy. But it says it was built up with thick layers of steel reinforced concrete. And I'm sure that some of the other people out there that know how to do those wonderfully edited videos and everything else like that, they could stretch that out for a half hour, blow you away and go, how is this possible? And everything else. We got another really interesting thing before we get to the 4-hour marathon where, Mike from Stellium 7 is going to be interviewed by another PhD. It doesn't sound like this PhD is flat earther or not. I'll stop and drop when I get to that portion before I drop out and let them do the interview. But they're very interested in geology. And, this was going to make the rounds. I'm glad that it's making the rounds like Paul. It's just wonderful that people are hearing the truth and it's up to them. And I guess God, if they're going to accept it and do it. So before we get into the massive proofs that this Dr. Rios, says, it looks like it could change geology for the world. I wanted to show you just one more thing. I sent this guy I sent him hey, I'd like to interview you, and have you heard that Armageddon is over and that the 1,000-year reign of Christ is past? And so he's only got 100 subscribers. He's just starting out. Isaac Nizik. Now, hopefully you've been reading that. The state of Maharashtra in India is also known as Fort Bison. The fort is a monument of national importance and is protected by the Archaeological Survey of India. It's unhewn stone and with some rebuilt steps here. But so this is the old Portuguese 1848, Vasco da Gama landed in Calicut, and the Portuguese, in their timeline history, gained control. And that's in the common histories date of about 1544. So this is the Kingdom of Portugal's thing. They were here. So that's a pretty impressive building. But you see these things that he's showing here? These are tombstones. And they have dates. Some of them have the dates on them. And as you can see, that's, right in here, what he wants to get into. And then with this year here, they would actually 1601 year. They don't even have the I in front of some of these. It's just 684. So, he could go there. Of course, there were people in what they call 684 to now. These videos, he doesn't give anything. He's one of those guys that shows the picture and types it in. And so, he's coming up, and these things are all over the world. I don't know, it's just catching on. It seems like people all over the world are talking about it. And whenever you address it, you can't help but come up with, why? Did they add 1,000 years? And even, the famous Vasco da Gama. Here's the St. Francis Church at Fort Kochi. And the funniest thing about the Dutch language is that they have the J here. And what he's trying to show you is that, I don't think that the Dutch had a J in their language yet. Or it means the J is Dutch for year, but in Portuguese they didn't have it. See if you can follow along with what he's meaning here. $684, and it looks like it just says year 684. So, everybody's got an idea. His idea is the mid 1700s. And we can respect, everybody will find out. But I found this one interesting because this IS, they try to pass this off as 1579. This happened, this writing, but it really is IS. And as you can see, his big reveal on this is that this is a 5. No, then that would have to be a 5. And they're the same thing, thinner, fatter, flared. This is not how you make a 5. It's an S. So S, just look at one of the other Portuguese things. What does the IS stand for? Well, they didn't have J in these language. It was Latin derived. So did they write it ISSA or ISA? That doesn't fully answer why it would just be IS. But I do hope that this gentleman, avails himself to a interview. So I hope you guys are ready for a good one. I don't know. I'll check out that video later, Dwayne, and check out your stones because it's all going to be very interesting. But check it out. This guy that is the PhD in Utah is going to go through the same troubles with Mike that I have when people try to sign on to StreamYard. once you sign on to this where it says you are now backstage, close out your YouTube thing. They honestly, even here's two people that, one is a doctor of chiropractic and the other is a PhD. So they're both doctors, and it's hard. It's hard. It's tricky for everyone. When you come on StreamYard, drop off the YouTube. It's going to mess you up. If you watch on YouTube, you're going to be on a delay. It was a very rough, it went for like 9 minutes. I'm going to take a little bit of it because I want you to understand I am not trying to pass this guy off as a Christian, as even somebody that believes in flat earth. He's somebody that's interested in geology. And when he saw that there is another doctor, a chiropractor, someone from Spain of some reputation that is growing and being interviewed by people all over the world because a change in geology. All I'm asking you is, please don't think he's supposed to be a Christian. As a Christian, you discern the truth and pull out of it what you need. What you do need, though, because some of my friends, and I do want you all on here talking, is to know when you click on, I want to join that link, go and shut down your YouTube, please. So here he is. He's going to talk about, his own education and everything. Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez.
So he's talked about this. This is different discoveries that he's made, also comparing the rocks to that he has found with bone and showing that he has so many similarities is quite incredible. And then later, as of late, his heart stones. And let me bring him in here. He's very patiently waiting here. It's quite late for him. He's drinking his yerba mate. And here he is. Hi, Mike. Let me just make sure you.
So I just caught that. It's the second time I heard that. And you said he's quite late here. He must be drinking his herbal mate. It's like an energy drink, and it's tricky, but not that tricky. Turn it off.
You're on here just a second, and I think we should be able to hear you now. How are you going? How are you doing? Oh no, not. Oh, sorry. Here you are. How's it going?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm not sure which to watch. Should I watch it on YouTube or the restream window? Because then I don't see you.
You can.
Or what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm just sitting right there, and you can look at both if you like. It's up to you. Thank you so much for being here, and welcome. And it's been quite a while, and I'd really like to hear what you've been up to, and you can pick it as you wish. I know you would like me to have some video showing in the back, and also that you wanted me to do a little bit of a background on my education. You might see that in what I've been up to lately. I have some degrees from different universities, and I'm from Brazil, and I ended up as an adult after my teenage years, which is different than most people going to university. I ended up going to university when I really wanted to study. 1999 to 2003, I was at the University of Utah studying anthropology and, in the beginning, film production, and then classical classics, actually, Latin and Greek, as a double major, which I graduated with at UBC. So I transferred to UBC, ended up taking even more credits because I had to retake some credits to have my full degree from UBC, where I stayed from 2003 to 2010, having finished my master's there in anthropology and ways of knowing indigenous people. Then I went to Aberdeen 2011 to 2016 to do my PhD on music community in Shetland. It's actually it's about resonance. It's about something called epistemological resonance, way of knowing and being. It's in my thesis. I talked about it before. And then
wow, that sounds like something that we might all be interested in. Resonance and frequencies as his PhD, and wow, epistemological. That means the study of how you know resonance. That's quite an aggressive study.
at University of Leiden, where I ended up meeting my wife. That conjunction, I look into historians, ancient historians, and classicists, and how they use theory. And then I presented, made presentations in many different conferences talking about some of these issues. And later on, in 2018 in Stockholm, I made a presentation about the rise of the 21st century flat Earth movement from the research I was doing online.
Well, no. So he's not a flat earther. I get it. But if, he's going to be learning things that are going to crack his paradigm, and that's going to lead to other things. Because he's not flat earth doesn't mean that we can't listen and learn and take away from what we see in the stones that Mike's going to be presenting. And it also is a wonderful time for you guys to find like-minded people to chat with and explore your mind.
And with interviewing many different people, ended up then continuing doing other things, making presentations against materialism, talk about the spiritual wisdom of ways of knowing indigenous peoples.
And as we can see here, he says, I posit that gratitude generality is a positive resonance according to many indigenous ways of knowing, and that we should reject materialist concepts from Freudian, Darwinian, and Marxian theories. Well, can you guys get on board with that at least? It's all going to come back to, once we study where the indigenous, what they had right and what they had wrong, because right now the veil is being lifted by the Holy Spirit, and it all comes back to the Bible, not their stories of the bear and the coyote and the rabbit and the wolf and the tricks they played on each other. So anyway, this goes, we can skip up here to about 17 minutes because nothing's going to happen because of the echoes.
Yeah, forget about the stream. I'm setting it up for you so you can follow on what's on my screen.
There we go. Yes. Okay, I can get rid of YouTube. All right.
Yeah, get rid of YouTube.
All right. Now I'll be able to follow what's going on here. That was confusing.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So, well, you started to describe a little bit what I've done. We've talked in the past, and I've kind of gone through the basics of the research that I did on the mountain, because I don't remember the last time we spoke, but over the course of about 2 years, I was doing a lot of investigation. Initially, I thought it was just a silly idea, and then the more I looked into the different subjects that you mentioned, things like instant petrification, mud fossil theory, these sorts of topics, the more I started to wonder about the mountain. And as I started to look into it, it just kind of was like a flower blooming. There were all kinds of different, very, very specific anatomical correlations that I started to discover. And the reason I was able to notice them was because I studied a lot of anatomy and histology, which is the study of tissue and different subjects related to the body and physiology. And in chiropractic college, I went to school in Sweden for 5 years to become a chiropractor. And so without going into too much detail, when I was looking into the idea of mud fossils and this idea that things could petrify very quickly, it was just a fascinating idea. And the more I looked into it, the more I started to wonder about this mountain. And in order to avoid, what I'm seeing a lot of on YouTube and different platforms, which is, people looking at things and going, oh, it looks like this, or it looks like that. And then they're claiming that they are those things, and they have no supporting evidence whatsoever. And that was a frustration for me.
That is one of the things that when I started looking into this, there's so many claims made about massive features with no detail, which is not at all what you're talking about here. You're not just going to a mountain and say, "Oh, this looks like an eye," and therefore this is a titan. And here, what we're looking at, is this your footage?
No, that's my footage. That's another mountain here in the area.
Yeah.
That's called Cumbre del Sol, and it has and there also there's a few different candidates here, and you know, a lot of people in the comment threads have said, well, if you found one, there should be others because they always travel.
I mean,
in
that
herds.
is one part. I mean, even after the fact that you found so many correlations. For some people who are, it's kind of impossible. You can run through them, but it's so many details that you made a list. I don't know how many. Is it more than 30 correlations?
It's up to 50. It's up to 55 now.
55. So okay, that's not convincing for some people. But I get the point also that obviously if this thing is here, there should be others. I mean, it cannot just beget itself, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Right. We know about if it is a biological being that it looks like it must have been born from a mother, and this is the and I understand that, but
that's I was just showing pareidolia. That is not actually Sigmund Freud on a tree there.
Right. Pareidolia. So
but it sure looks like him, right?
you've been accused of pareidolia.
Yes, and Dunning-Kruger effect, which is right there, where you know just enough about something to think you're an expert when you don't really know anything.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but that's a little bit of. I know a lot of people rely on those ideas from psychology, but it's. I don't find it to be very credible at all in terms of explaining why people. That's a kind of. It's a little bit of a dismissal of others' opinions as well, instead of diving into the details of what is it that makes it that they're wrong, if you know what I'm saying. This is you can't just kind of go around accusing someone of being a victim of some kind of effect. It's easy to do, right? You can say, oh yeah, you're just confirming your biases, which is the same idea here, but it's a bit more complicated than that. That's obviously a stereotype. Here you have
for example, if I got the wacky idea that mountain was an elephant and I wanted to prove it, then I could start trying to fit everything.
I really think right now they're talking about two guys where Mike has at least confessed that he's looked at the Bible now and he knows that other people came to it mocking flat earth and everything else and end up loving the Lord because of it. That's in our prayers and that's everything else. Most of the things on the screen right now are flat earth of what, and even agreeing that the earth is flat does not mean you're saved.
Into my little pet theory. And that's exactly what I didn't want to do because, you're already going to look like a total lunatic if you're going around claiming that 3 mile long mountains are former elephants. And so my goal wasn't to be the brunt of all the jokes,
Well, I mean, on that one in particular, like you're talking about a particular place, you're not talking about all mountains, but people love to make those kinds of leaps. And for me, looking at your work, the cochlea itself, if that's there, that's just an impossibility. Many things are impossible in terms of the geology, some of the formations you have. How can you have, we can get into that, the actual tubes within the bones carrying different kinds of fluids, one that is rich in iron and the other one that's plasma that turns into crystal.
That was.
It's like what kind of geological process generates some sort of mass that has those features. Iron,
right. Doesn't it make it so easy as a Christian to know that God hit the water with the glittering sword and like an eel, it shocked the prey into, if you're whatever's good, if you were a repentant, maybe like in the time of Noah thinking, oh, I should have listened to Noah. This is, we deserved this. You would have gotten turned into gold, silver, and precious stones. If not, you're reserved in judgment and it's just dross. It's wood, hay, and stubble. It just melts away. There's nothing of you that's not going to be burnt away.
In a certain way. I don't know. But
Yeah, there's a number of stones that I've done videos on that are types of limestone, and they have all of these channels going through them like Swiss cheese, and they're different sizes. And then you have one channel that's one size, and then if you look inside of it, there's other channels going off in different directions.
exactly, which is
And
another issue.
Yeah, so you can't really explain it through some kind of a water erosion because that makes no sense. And I'm sure that given an opportunity, mainstream geologists would have some explanation for how that forms. But their explanation for how it forms isn't compatible with a whole lot of other things that I found. And the rocks that I'm talking about, I identify as what's known as trabecular bone. Mm-hmm. So if you think of the long bones, well, that's you're actually looking at the cave there. That's the eye. So there you're talking about an eye socket. And so the interesting thing about vertebrates is that they all have very similar skulls as far as the bones that go in, make them up. The shapes change dramatically, but if you look at an eye socket, there's going to be certain bones like the frontal bone and the maxilla and these other bones that are going to meet in different places, and that's actually a very small portion of the cave in the front, and that's what I believe is the infraorbital foramen, which all vertebrates have. It's a little hole that's right in humans. It's right below the eye.
And this is the rest of the eye itself. What's left?
I believe that's the remains of the eyeball itself. And I've done a whole video. Part 5 covers the discoveries that relate just to that structure that you were pointing at, but also talk about the censorship, which you mentioned earlier, where I had done a video covering the eye. That was the part 2 video of Unveiling a Titan. Then part 3, I covered the discovery that there was also an ear, and that was a mind blow in a variety of ways.
In the exact right position where it should be an ear.
Yeah.
With
so
the actual.
If you look at the mountain from that side, you've got an eye, which you've got the ridge line of if you compare it to an elephant skull or a vertebrate skull, it's perfect, and its location is perfect. And then if you look back behind, you were just there a second ago. Oh, you can see it just under the V in the title there, Unveiling a Titan. There's a quarter moon change in color.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's reddish. Yeah.
Where the ear should be holding.
Yeah, and obviously the ear's not there. You'd see it. And without even knowing, I was going looking for a cave there because I thought, if the eye is so well preserved on that side of the mountain, then maybe the ear would be as well. And that was when I discovered that not only is there a cave there, but it's been investigated and excavated incredibly thoroughly by a whole team of archaeologists. And it happens to be right in the center of that curve. That's where the entryway is for the cave that they excavated. And so they went in with a whole team of guys that did 3D mapping. They did fly-throughs. You can actually wear 3D glasses in the opening of the video there. It's the opener to all the videos. But so it was just, it got surreal at that point. It felt like an episode of The Twilight Zone, because when I went to the eye initially, in order to keep myself from just like, oh, that looks like a this and this looks like a that, I decided to study all the anatomy before I went, and I pulled out the anatomy books, and I looked online at 3D so you can rotate it around. And I do this in the part 2 video. I show it, line it up with an elephant skull as well, and it was uncanny. There were 10 different very specific things that matched up on that first journey back to the eye, and that was before I hypothesized that maybe that big clump was the remains of the eye, the eyeball itself. But it wasn't until I was there with some friends almost a year later that we discovered some things that were utterly mind-blowing, and that's what the 5th video is about. and about the censorship, because after I did the one on the first one that I did on the eye, and then the one on the ear, it was with you. I was talking to you. I went back to showing you live, on Google Earth, and they had like edited out just the eye and just the ear, that section there. So if you could tell, it was like brush strokes, like done by hand. And so if you're really, really far away, you can see the eyes open, and as you're flying across in Google Earth, and you get like within a couple miles of the mountain, all of a sudden the eye closes up, and it stays closed until you get right up next to the mountain. So it was just like way too specific coincidence. I'm sure someone could find some excuse, so it has to do with the rendering and blah blah blah. But I thought it was. I suppose I'm suspicious by nature.
And there's in here, I guess you're covering just how many different ways there are of petrification can happen. Quick way.
Yeah. So within geology, there are all kinds of different camps. As people who are arguing about the age of the Earth and how long it takes for things to form. And most of what we learn in the basics in school, I didn't study geology, but I had a lot of basic science courses and physics and different things. And I was always very interested in science all through my teens and 20s. I read and was big space buff and everything sci-fi and anything that was scientific and far out I was interested in.
What is this?
But those are trees that are growing up through multiple layers of strata, which is impossible as far as mainstream geology is concerned.
That could be an epiglottis. It could be so many things. A tree. Does it look like a tree? It doesn't.
They'll come up with explanations, but I was watching a video today where it's one, I can't remember the name of these trees, but when we're told that layers of strata take millions of years to form, and they know how old things are based on which layer things are found in, and that there's a picture I think that popped up earlier of all these the Cambrian and the Jurassic and all these different things, and then you look at the numbers and it's like hundreds of millions of years for all these things, and so it wasn't until I came across Mud Fossil University and Roger and Alan from Flat Earth Nation. These guys, they've been talking about this stuff for years and years. They're both Christians, and so it's perfectly in alignment with their religious beliefs. So for them, this is confirmation of their religious texts also, and I can't argue with that because it is.
Well,
I've gotten into it.
I don't know how if the problem is it doesn't confirm religious texts. I think the idea that things can form in a certain period of time that contradicts mainstream geology, which it lays on foundations from the 19th century, and people didn't really know what they're looking at and didn't have any alternative theories for so long, and it's stuck. Here they have their 5 billion year increments from and the formations being hundreds of billions of years old, and you can be critical of all the evidence, but there's some layers that we know they are volcanic. That they cross, that they're flat, they cross long swaths of land, and sometimes that they are sort of what do you call it, like floods or mud floods as well, that that capture dead animals, but instead of really keeping them intact, it destroys everything, and it ruptures as a flood would do. It breaks apart all this stuff, and it lays it in a kind of layer where you find many different kinds of bones, which is kind of like, for instance, ice mummies that have been found. There's these ice mummies. There are many different ones, and there's I watched mammoths. No, not mammoths, like people. So it's like
no, I'm just mean they were also supposedly flash frozen. I saw
but
something.
some stay quite intact, like in terms of their, they're not broken apart into pieces.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, in the case of people found, or mummies of people who got caught. There's some that are supposed to be thousands of years old. They're found in the Alps, and you see you can even look at their gut, like what they've been eating from different regions, and
But that's more preservation. Those aren't turned to stone.
They're not turned to stone. They were ice preserved. But what happens in those cases, which is a point I wanted to make, is that if they're in a glacier and it then moves after they get frozen, if the glacier starts moving, it literally rips them apart because they turn to kind of a stone. They turn to ice, but then they get totally ripped apart, which it could be, I don't know.
You see, Dr. Nunez this is cognitive dissonance. I mean, look at the way his hand's on his head. Hats off to the man for that. He keeps going. I mean, he is facing his cognitive dissonance, and he's doing the right thing. He's struggling to find the truth. He is using rationalization, but he's still listening to another, person saying, convince me.
Just saying, there's different kinds of stuff that we find. So it's not so simple as we may want it to be in terms of the formation. Because when you look at the Bible, for instance, it's like things just get made. That there's no idea of the amount of process, and there's definitely many cataclysms going on over time that still remain with creatures from I don't know. And
you mentioned these different layers, and within geology they talk about three main kinds of rock: igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary. So igneous would be volcanic, and we can witness volcanic rock being created. So obviously that's one source of rock. Mud, there's mud volcanoes. It seems to come from underground.
Mount St. Helens is a big one in terms of how it transformed the landscape around it, made canyons and made things out of nowhere very quickly.
Yeah, and in my Petrified Titans and Organs Part 1 video, I have a clip in there of a geologist who is looking at the layers of strata that were formed during the Mount St. Helens eruption, when you've got the lahars, which are basically water and ash mixed, and those are flowing like tidal waves. Mm-hmm. And then you have pyroclastic flows, which are ejections and explosions, and these can move faster than the speed of sound, according to mainstream geology, and can be as hot as up to 1,500 degrees Celsius. So that's one of my theories about how things may have turned to stone, if it isn't something electrical or plasma or biblical, mythical. But this particular geologist, he's showing these micro layers of lamina that up until that person started to report on this, mainstream geology is saying these are formed over many years of time and an accumulation of different things, and this formed literally in a matter of hours. And that picture that you paused at there is also evidence. I mean, this tree didn't grow up through solid stone. This is
a tree. People are mentioning here that talk about Norse mythology. Rune Thorsen is from Denmark. He's saying that the carcass, all the Norse mythology has soil and earth coming from the carcass of a holy cow. I was reading the Mahabharata that the earth went under on her own. Like there's this one period where the earth there's this issues. It's interesting because the earth is personified. It argues with the gods and so on, and it goes under for a while as well, and then it raises itself as an altar at some point from the middle of the ocean in the Mahabharata. So there's whereas like we may talk about one flood or in the Christian Judeo-Christian tradition. When you look into the Mahabharata and you try to account for all the stories of the origin, because there's so many of these stories, the formation of the universe and other things that happen to the earth, there's many changes in terms of many floods and the earth going under, which is different. It's not raining, so that in the Bible it's like raining, and then the rain makes so much water. In this case, in the Mahabharata, there's one point that one sage swallows all the ocean, It makes it the land bare, and then it brings it back after a whole bunch of things happen. Then the water comes back, and then the earth goes under because of the other issues.
Wow, isn't it nice to have the Bible that when it's written on our heart and God gives it to us, it makes so much sense. It wasn't just one flood, it was many floods. And it was, the earth sunk itself and then decided to bring it back up. It's created like we are. We are living the Bible that had the end written from the beginning, guaranteeing that the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, would receive all glory and return it back to the Spirit, the Father, from whence everything came. Amen. Hallelujah.
Be used to a lot of generalization of some things that might be more complicated when it comes to mythology, at least. But the Titans, for instance, in Hesiod, that's a big thing. There's those things and giants in the Bible. They're there, and we see evidence for some of these things.
Also big things. Yeah.
Big things.
Yeah. I mean, I'm of the mind now that there's, just like we're seeing mud there in the video, there's igneous stone. I think sedimentary layering is also a real phenomenon. It probably just doesn't happen over millions of years.
Have you seen, for instance,
some of it happens as a result of flooding, but others may, involve very, very high energy events. And I don't mean volcanic in that case. I mean, electrical plasma kind of stuff, the kinds of things that Thunderbolts Project talks about, these Lichtenberg figures that we're seeing all over the world that are, they're also fractal, but they look very much like, have you ever seen, I was going to grab a video, but I couldn't get to it today, but, or they do this arc welding kind of stuff where you got, probes going into different sides of wood, and then, they have these patterns that
makes veins like this.
Yes.
These look electrical.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, if you look at the macro and micro, this is what I was going to ask you. If you've ever seen time lapses of cameras that are left in the middle of the desert, and what happens, the landscape changes. It morphs. Like where there's sand dunes, the wind literally shifts the dunes around. Like it after 3 months, it doesn't look the same. It looks completely different. It's totally transformed. But one thing,
that's
all right. That's not true. This top of the sand dunes blow around, but from what I've heard, people say that lived in the deserts of the Sahara all the time. No, that dune's always there. Just the top of the sand gets blown around, but they don't. Whole piles of sand dunes don't change.
That's totally different from something like the Grand Canyon, which I now believe was created by some kind of a major energy event, not carved out by the Colorado River. I mean, the more I look at that story, the more silly it seems.
That doesn't make sense. But what I was going to say is that some of these things, these sand dunes in some other areas, and because the Earth has lots of water, and we don't really understand water on the Earth. We don't know what is the water that makes rivers, as far as I know. I don't really, I don't know what is said, but you have water in the ocean having its function, salted water, the Earth being totally electrical everywhere, and the electrical forces having something to do with how everything is formed. So I would not be surprised that things take up those kinds of forms. That is not to say that, because you see here, even the way the water is falling off down, the snow is making a pattern on the mountain. You can see things like that, and
Yeah, I mean, shadows, snow, different foliage, those create all kinds of perfect opportunities for pareidolia. When looking at the mountains from another perspective, are there giant trees? Are the mesas and the plateaus? Are those the avatar-like trees that were chopped down? Then you see others that look like it was just broken off at the base of the trunk. Was that some kind of a high energy event that just snapped them? If so, where are the rest of the trees? But I've seen some footage on Google Earth that's very convincing, where you're seeing not just the mesa, but when you look at it from above, it's like root structures as well. So I think there's definitely truth to the yeah, I think there's definitely truth to the gigantic tree theory. I think that's probably what the miners were mining. Like, I mean, the world is riddled with tunnels everywhere. And Mike Ferreira, he's on Facebook. He doesn't have a YouTube channel, but he talks about the ancient miners. That's everything. He relates back to them, that they were basically terraforming this whole place on a scale that is beyond our imaginings.
The earthquake turns solid earth into
yeah, that's called liquefaction, and that's when you get a vibration that sets up a frequency that basically causes those particles to kind of separate, and then it becomes like liquid, and so it's there's a lot that can happen as far as cataclysms. You've got the volcanoes and the flooding.
I mean, you're showing here that it is happening. It's not like you're not.
They're not theories. They're facts.
That's right. That's right. That's right. The world is waxing old like a garment, and right now, at our end times, we're living it, people. The world is waxing as old like a garment. And there's a few moth holes in it, so it's exacerbating the falling away. Hallelujah, Father. We'll be waiting patiently. We want to hear, well done, my good and faithful servant.
This was, one of the problems I had with the mud fossil theory when it came to the heartstones that I've been finding in droves, is that it didn't really explain the finding. Because I could understand how it worked. The basic idea being that mud surrounds the flesh, and then because there's no air, the worms and the bacteria that would normally be eating away at the flesh, they can't thrive. Now, I heard just last week about anaerobic bacteria.
Yeah. Right, they get marinated in that substance that has. It's kind of like bog. We have the phenomenon of bog mummies. Do you know this? It's. I think it's those areas like Denmark and Sweden, and if I'm not mistaken, it's like northern Europe, where they used to kill people I think it's over 1,000 years ago, and throw them in these peat bogs, and they would be remarkably preserved. Some of the most well-preserved bodies. And it's exactly that kind of situation where there's something.
Well, being a well-preserved piece of jerky, and that's what the peat moss turns them into, is not turning them into stone. The glittering sword turned them into stone, and they are reserved in judgment. The wood, stubble, and haze burned away. The things that were gold, silver, and precious stone remain.
It went out and it was too heavy and there was too much wind, or so they say, and it tipped down and water got in the cannon entries and this thing sank. Well, that Esther Crown is this inland sea that has an extremely low salt content, so it doesn't corrode the material like it would have if it was out in the open ocean.
See this?
And then also,
yeah, that's Itzy the caveman or something, the Iceman. He was found fully preserved. He had a copper axe that was like 99% pure. He had, you should study. I think his name is Itzy the caveman, found in a bog.
They found it years later. Now there's a whole museum, and it's like as close as you can get to going back in time to the Pirates of the Caribbean. It's amazing. But it was almost perfectly preserved because it had this really fine earthy silt that just encased it. And so that's the idea. Paramineralization is this process by which the minerals that are in the surrounding earth work their way into the tissue. It doesn't have to be a body. It can be a plant as well. Or there are pine cones. There's pine cones in Argentina called Araucaria mirabilis, which are incredible. They do cut cross sections and you can see every detail, but now they're stone. And that's because over who knows how long a period of time, the gases and the water work their way out and the minerals work their way in. So that's paramineralization. And this is probably something similar happening if they're in a pit and they get covered.
Yeah, they say it's the biochemistry of the soil. It's acidic in a way that preserves certain things. The bog acids, pH level similar to vinegars, conserve the human bodies the same way as fruits preserved by pickling. Peatbogs and so on. Yeah, it's
well, there are lots of examples of preserved soft tissue in the fossil record. There's brains, there's all kinds of things. So that's we're just told that it's extremely rare and it never happens, and you're incredibly lucky if you find one. And so I coined the phrase paradigm blind, because I think we're all paradigm blind, because we're taught certain fundamentals about rock and about mountains and and how they formed and everything. And so because of that, we don't notice things that are right in front of our face, like the heartstones that I've done a number of videos on. So once you've once you open your mind to the possibility that something like that might be true or might be possible, then you can spot it. And that's what happened with me. I was watching all these mud fossil videos and I was frustrated because a lot of the rocks weren't very descript, and people were making 100% proof claims of what they were pointing at, and sometimes it just looked like a rock. So
and here, let me just ask you a question here. Here's the Google close the eye, right? This is what it looks after they close it.
Yeah.
So, and then on the other side, what is this whole area here? What is this? Have you been there?
Yeah, that's a collapse. Yeah, I've hiked all over that. It's absolutely incredible spot. I've got some footage in a couple of my videos right where your cursor is right then. There's actually trails right across that area. And so that area, according to mainstream geology, has undergone a major collapse, and they call that a synclinal, where the layers of strata are now curved. So if you go from that ridge line, the white line there that's kind of coming down from the top on the left.
Okay.
Yeah, everything to the right of that has all undergone a collapse.
Right.
Now, if it is indeed an elephant, right where that collapse happened is where the breathing passage is. And elephants have this huge, like the big part of their forehead is a big breathing hole. We have our sinuses and our nose, but it's not a very big hole in relationship to the size of our head. So that whole section would have been eye, ear, and breathing passage, and all of that is collapsed. So, that's an interesting thing.
Closes here. This is actually open. It doesn't look like this. They created a patch here to close it.
Yeah, if you zoom in, exactly. If you zoom in real close and wait, it'll open up for you. But then you're too close to everybody.
Look at that. Look at that.
It's winking at you. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
That's how in Google.
And that little hole to the right there in front of the eye, that one, that's the infraorbital foramen that I was talking about. And I showed that the fifth Titan video, the thumbnail for that video is looking through that. And when you look at that, it looks very biological. It doesn't look like something that just formed by erosion. None of it does.
It's a tear duct kind of thing, or no?
Tear duct, well, behind the eyeball, there are caves that go down at a particular angle. And it's like long, narrow, and at an angle. And that's exactly what the eye socket is shaped like. And that's where the nerve and the blood vessels they go. And that's the space between the bones. So if you go down that area, it narrows off, and then there's this passage that's an overweight person wouldn't get through it, but you can crawl through on your stomach or slide through on your butt, and it comes out into a big cavern, and that's basically where the sinuses would be. So it just goes on and on.
What is this here?
That's showing the distance between Montgo and Sarabernia, that which I also think is a Titan, but I haven't, I don't know, possibly Dragon or something, who knows what, but that mountain there, that's Montgo. Yeah, your cursor's on it there. Mm-hmm. And then the star to the right there is a star fort, if and people are familiar with those, just below to the right. Yeah, that's a star fort as well, but down that one, that's the Denia star fort. And then the green one at the end of the yellow line is the Extravaganza star fort, and that's at 830 meters roughly altitude. And interestingly enough, it's 2/3 covered in mud.
It's almost like these star forts.
Almost the whole thing is buried, and it's right at the top. I think they put the star forts on the Titans in many cases.
Yeah.
Because the bedrock, like you have the normal Earth, like we were talking about, then you have volcanic Earth, which all around the shoreline surrounding all of Monaco is volcanic. And then you have bedrock, which is this really, really solid limestone. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the remains of Titans. And then, because then you have all of these other features that I've gone through in detail, and especially part 4 of the Unveiling a Titan series, I go into the histological breakdown of the mountain and looking at all these different places and how those match up with the different features in the anatomy of a vertebrate. And
potentially you have one here on the left.
Yes. Yeah. And I think the line is crossing through one, or possibly 2. The line, the yellow
here,
line.
This is one here.
Yeah, I think that's 1 or 2 there.
And here, there's another one. This is a big one.
And that's a big one. I don't know if it's 1 or 2, that one, but yeah. And then you have the star. So they're very interesting. I have footage from lots of different angles of them, because that's the thing. If pareidolia means like you get the right angle from just one, the right spot, and it looks like something. But if it really were something, then unless it's just been totally destroyed by the cataclysm or decomposition or whatever, it should look like whatever you're claiming it is from a variety of different directions. Yeah, that's the star fort. See how covered in earth it is. But if you go up look up the hill, it's all stone above it. So where did the mud come from? I think it was deposited. So initially, I went back to the mudflood and mud fossil theory. Initially, I thought that it was, all of these things that I was finding were caused by some great mudflood, because I saw so many different researchers that were finding oodles of evidence for mudflood, and then you had Roger and Alan talking about mud fossils and nephorensics, and so I thought that was the cause, but it was also confusing to me, because I couldn't figure out why. I mean, for Monaco to be covered in mud, it would have to be at least 800 meters high. That means the ground would have had to be raised 800 meters. And then it had to stay that way for long enough for the thing to turn to stone through mineralization. It didn't make any sense to me, like where did all the mud go? And so I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then when I started to get on these hard stones, back it up there, that was the first one I found.
Not often you get 2 PhDs debating.
When I started to get on those,
so
it was
that's awesome.
It became
Is this
obvious
something
to
you
me.
heard about
that-
before? Have you heard of
That just
hard
makes
stones?
I saw.
It's overwhelming.
I think there was a video by Michael Challenger where he showed one that was made of stone, and it looked very much like a heart to me. And I think I saw Alan go through 1 or 2, and he had talked about these bicycle seat rocks. But I didn't hear that term until later. I just went out to the river bottom, like, okay, let's find something that is just totally undeniable.
Oh my
And then I
goodness.
saw that rock.
I almost forgot. You can go out and find those bicycle stones everywhere, and they come in all different sizes. And yeah, that caused a little rage, because people go like, yeah, it looks like a bicycle seat. Now I know what to look for. Fun times.
When I picked it up, I was like, wow, that's unusual. And the more I looked at it, the more I realized, wait a minute, this is a heart. It's got the chambers, it's got the blood vessels, it's got the aortal openings, the coronary artery was there, the fat that sits
This
just
would be,
below the
of course,
coronary
like,
artery.
for people to imagine this. Of course, it's gone through a process where it has closed and contracted, and when you see, and sometimes you see the hole, but what you see here is a contracted hole with a pressed.
Yeah, well, if it's pressed at all, the openings are going to become creases, and then eventually, as the rock wears, then the crease becomes just a discoloration or an indentation. So those are the varying degrees of what you find.
But you
Like-
broke him as well, so you know inside.
I've broken them open as well, and they have chambers inside, and some of them look flat out bloody.
They even have the iron in it.
Yeah, it'll be white on the outside. I made a video all about it called Broken Hearts Tell Tales. And yeah, so that's this part of the video you're showing here is where I'm talking about the different ways in which rapid petrification can.
Man, whatever's going on in this river or whatever, that's just weird, man.
These animals that get caught in the water, which is extremely salty, and I can't remember what other components it has in the water, and they get encrusted and caked by this, you know, these minerals. Yeah, and so there's photographs which will come up here in a second that a photographer's taken, and he's actually manipulated birds. They didn't petrify in that position. He found them, but they were still soft enough to move around to place them in those positions. But there's a place called Mother Shipton's Cave in England that has an extremely high mineral content water, and people come there and they have these ropes hanging from the ceiling where the water is dripping down the rope, and then they hang different things in the ropes. People go away and come back some months later. That's a petrified cowboy boot, millions of years old, including the boot.
Is it this?
They've done X-rays. Yeah, that's Mother Shipton's Cave. So that's how it starts. And then within a few months, they look like stone. If you
So
advance it a
what
little
is
bit.
this? This is just
It's
things.
just a naturally occurring water that pours from the cave, and it just petrifies things in a matter of months. If you click play, you'll see how they look a short while later. There.
Oh, here. Okay. That's it. That's it, actually.
Yeah. So probably if you cut through the middle of that with a saw, it's not petrified in the middle yet, but maybe if you give it another year or two, it would be. So there's lots of things in the fossil record of soft tissue that have petrified, but it didn't make sense to me with the hearts that mud fossil theory could account for what I was finding, because why would the hearts be separate from the rest of the body? And why would they be in such great numbers? It didn't make any sense to me. So
And the foot in the boot.
yeah, this I don't know. It's in some museum somewhere, and they've run tests on it. It's got all of the details of the internal anatomy of the foot, so it's undisputed. But the boot itself was, less than 50 years old. They were able to identify the manufacturer and the age and everything.
40 million euro, yeah.
Right. So there are all these anomalies that really erode some of the pillars and the cornerstones of some of the geological beliefs that we all carry, but we're not exposed to them. So we go on with our beliefs about things. You can take wood, and if you put it under a bit of pressure and you heat it, and I'm not talking massive heat like a pyroclastic flow, where you're talking about 1,000+ degrees. I'm talking about maybe a couple hundred degrees. These guys, I do it. I show their clip in the Petrified Titans and Organs videos. Within 10 days or a couple of weeks, they turn wood to coal,
Right.
which is interesting.
Yeah,
right?
here he's saying one thing that I thought is interesting, that he's mentioning Yellowstone Park, and we know that lots of the igneous soil probably comes from Yellowstone and the American plates, whatever you call them, right? There's lots.
You're talking about calderas and tectonic plates, and
No, I'm talking about
yeah.
no, not tectonic plates. I'm just mentioning that it's it becomes flat after it comes off the ground. The volcanic stuff that usually is traced back to even by people, the biblical people, traced back to Yellowstone. Some of these big eruptions that created the continental shelf, I guess, if you will. That maybe that's
the super volcanoes.
super volcanoes. Yeah, but the thing is, they're talking about an alkaline spring in Yellowstone Park. Maybe that's kind of the area where you have all this stuff flowing from the ground, and it could have all the ingredients to turn things to stone. It has.
Well, the ingredients are all over, because you've got like at the bottom of the ocean there's you can find video footage of people in a submarine where they're trying to go down, and they
Yeah.
see it's like an underwater lake at the bottom of the
I
ocean.
see that.
And it's so high, the mineral content is so high that they bounce off of it. They can't even penetrate into it. And so there's, artesian wells, you were talking about where these waterfalls are coming from. Well, they're coming from the top of mountains, right? It's not rainfall that's accumulating and then going down a canyon. These are coming from up, from the bottoms of the earth under the world. And in fact, that's Mother Shipton's cave again. It's kind of creepy, that picture. But
There's some.
so we talk about artesian wells. This is something that I learned from Roger from Mudflood University. He talks about artesian wells. What if they are the arteries of the Titans? Now, veins have valves, so they close up so the blood doesn't back in. But arteries don't have valves because that blood's going out to the cells, right? And so if you've got mountain-sized creatures and they've got...
Yeah, what he's trying to say here is this girl is showing the different layers of muscle, is that those artesian wells, they work by siphon. And you watch, once the snow on the mountains melt, those waterfalls, they might slow down, but they don't stop. There's always a continuous source of water.
Layers, like things that turn around somehow, whole plates that can be turned around.
But it tells a lot of things with using tectonic activity as an explanation.
No, you can see things that look inverted in relation to right. You get this. Imagine if you get this rock and you cut it off and you turn it around, and then you find the order of the same matching lines, right? You can match the lines and you can see that they're inverted in some place. You may not know which one's the side up, but something must have happened to turn it around. But I mean, so here the what you contest more is we don't know about any of this, but it looks like things are deposited in one after the other, right? And there's consistency across.
Right, but from a biogeological perspective, there could be another explanation. Like I said, I think sedimentary layers are something that
it could be more than
they exist clearly. Yeah, but the causes of them may be multiple.
Right, the causes of them may be multiple. Like in Noah's flood, you open, the portals of the deep, and then you drain the portals of the deep. The water drained, I think for 150 days. And so all of it was segregating, washing down rivers, the parts that were broken, and the ones that were whole and sealed together, they got left as mountains where there are still all those stones, but they're still encased in the body. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. Yeah.
Well, I think there's something to it. And we'll play a video in a second that I think you'll find very interesting. I doubt you've seen, but Roger's 900-mile-long dragon in the Sahara also has mythological support, because I think Plato even wrote about it in that region. And it's this, the Leviathan versus the behemoth, and Plato even describes it having taken place in that location. And when you see Roger go through these videos, it's kind of like, all right, well, you have to put your preconceptions aside. That's an interesting book. Loads of references in that book of all the different ways in which the mainstream geological narrative has been challenged, and those challenges have been ignored by the mainstream because it doesn't fit the narrative. They'll claim that the criticisms are inaccurate, and then they'll come up with different reasons why. But who's right and who's wrong, and who's telling the truth, and who's just wrong because they've been brought up, paradigm blind to look at everything through a certain set of goggles, and they don't know if what they're seeing is really what they've been taught to believe or something else, ultimately. I think we should all keep an open mind. But Roger's 900-mile-long dragon, if there were creatures that size, then we're really getting into the mythical stuff where, you got stories of the earth where, it's on a turtle's back and sitting on top of 4 elephants. And maybe, that's a good segue actually into just a little 3-minute video that I'd love to play.
It's an eruption out of the ocean?
Yeah, that's a mud volcano. And there are.
Hey, welcome, George. Good to see you here. We got a lot going on. 2 PhDs trying to get over their cognitive dissonance. Mike Wilkerson, Stellium 7, he is doing, I really feel that he's on the road of like a David Weiss, of somebody that started out to disprove it and eventually may be one of the Lord's greatest teachers ever. I'm praying in that direction. But in the meanwhile, it's getting it out there for people like us that love the Lord, that love the Bible, that are going to study it and want to build up gold, silver, and precious stone. Want to say, once again, thank you, Marcus and Dwayne. I know, it's showing that there's other people watching right now, maybe not commenting, but they're just getting started. And hallelujah, aho. It's going to be thank the Lord. Praise his holy name.
And but the scale that he's finding it on is continent size. So I think there's a fractal quality. There's a fractal quality to every aspect of nature. Microscopic, macroscopic, and whenever you're looking at a phenomenon in science, it's generally scalable until you get to NASA. Then things aren't scalable anymore. But where you can actually look and refer to empirical evidence, you can refer to scientific studies that can be repeated, and there's a fractal quality to that. And so I had no problem, with the idea that if a 3-mile elephant was once walking this realm, then why not a 900-mile long dragon as well? I don't see how that works on a 24,000-mile spinning ball, but that's another topic. So this guy really poured through my research, and then he did a whole series of 4 or 5 videos. But then I told him, look, you should just encapsulate all of the visuals into a really small video. And that's what he did. And this is like 3 minutes long, and you can play it, and it's pretty cool, the stuff that he discovered, because it's right in alignment with all the stuff that I've been doing. I've been doing videos on. Mm-hmm. Did you get the link? I sent it in the private chat.
Yeah, it's already downloaded here on my computer.
Okay.
Let me just bring it in.
Tendon ball. Somebody says NFU makes everything into a tendon ball unless it's this precious dragon eating a fish.
Let me see here. So what was it called? What's the name of this? Something just short of no. Wait. What? Oh, biology versus geology.
Yes, that's the one.
Here it is.
Yeah, I think he might have sound as well.
I don't
think he's talking. I think it's just music. You can just play it. We don't want any copyright strikes.
Yeah, I can move on with it if you show me. So this is
no, it's only 3 minutes long. You could maybe play it at 1.5 or something. So here he's showing. Go back and pause that for a second. But he's showing what elephant skin looks like under a microscope, and then below he's showing you this whole gigantic region where you're finding the exact same shape, and you can see the little cracks, the little lines between them. So that it's identical to elephant skin. keep going.
Well, when you peel back the brain, that's identical to the brain too.
Yeah. What's the mainstream explanation of these rocks?
I don't know. I haven't even gotten into it. Mm-hmm. He shows one cut there. That's an interesting phenomenon there. If you back that up again. So if it were skin and you were to cut it, then you would expect it to bleed, right? This is on a whole different scale than.
And this is actually, is this bigger than, it would be bigger than Mongol or no?
Yeah, well, he's saying Thailand is a part. The whole country of Thailand is a part of this elephant. So this is what I'm talking about. If there's truth to the dragon in the Sahara and the fish, then I don't see any reason why this couldn't be true as well, especially given what I found.
How large are these things?
I don't know how big those are. He was walking among them at one point in one of his videos, so I don't know, maybe a foot in diameter. Now this is very interesting. Pause it there. So if you look to the right, you got the squamous cells. You know, this is the outer layers that flake off when you get sunburned, and then you get deeper and deeper, and they get thicker. And you know, these are the different layers of the dermis, and it's like,
wow,
you know, spot on with these.
Right, with very closely to this. Yeah, you have the higher. These are the outer layers. So this thing is so big that when we look at it, we are at almost at the microscopic level of the skin. We cannot see this with our eyes. Only maybe if you look very closely at their skin, you can kind of appreciate that. But we need a microscope, right?
Exactly. That's one of the things that I said in one of my videos. It's like, because in the fourth video, I did a histological analysis, and I did it in the spirit of a crime scene forensic analysis. And I said, well, you know, when you're looking at something that's the size of a 3-mile long elephant, then you don't need a microscope because you are the microscope. Well, here you're an electron microscope.
This is insane. People, 13th monkey saying that it pisses monsoons and it blows hurricanes.
13th monkey is a legend. He's the top starport mapper in the world. He's mapped over 10,000 of them on every continent, and a whole lot more than starports. At some point, you know, I'll do a live stream together because he's discovered so many incredible things. And you know, really talking with him initially as I began the research was inspiring in a variety of ways. There was a lot of great information exchange.
What do you think is the mainstream explanation for this? There isn't.
You know, to be honest, it's like my mom says. My mom doesn't think I'm right about anything when it comes to this stuff. And she's like, "You should really take a mainstream geology course." And I'm just like, okay, yeah, I could do that, but
just get a textbook.
Then I'm getting the mainstream explanation for everything. Which
not really. Who knows if they have an explanation for this? I mean, they have to have an explanation for every single different feature. You cannot. This doesn't fit the pattern that. I mean, how do you form? Okay, maybe there's this bubble form and lava. Yeah, there's some lava that you know cools off, and the outer layer inside it just happens to be iron rich and red.
Keep going through the video. There's a lot of good stuff. This is just
I'm just going slowly.
Many things to found.
It's too interesting.
Yeah,
going too fast.
Yeah, that is fantastic. The name of the channel is Ian David Harris, just like it sounds. And so it's a tiny channel, but if you guys want to, you can sub to that.
I think I have the. Let me see if I do have the link. Yeah, I'm just posting the link for everybody here. So you can also, I think you can post to anyone through inside the Restream platform there. You can see
It's so weird. I can see the chats, but I can't scroll up or down, and I've got nowhere to type. So I can't seem to participate in the chat, unfortunately.
You can go to Twitch as well. In there, you have a chat too. Twitch / morphic resonance. And
that's an interesting.
Oh, but I'll make so that you can, so you have to follow on Twitch before you can make a comment, because that's the way it is there. You got a little bit of a control. I'm gonna open it up. So thank you guys. There's 9 people on Twitch. Thank you so much, and everybody else who's here. I don't know how many, 30, 40 something. Thank you guys for joining. And okay, continue. Looking here. All right. Pretty incredible stuff. the relationship in the macro and micro is very well established. I think this is quite.
I'll just say hello to everybody. Hello. I can't chat. Oh wait, no, it's making it wants me to sign up. I'll do it another time.
It doesn't let you. Okay, let me give you something else. I'll give you the YouTube link to the chat.
Oh my goodness.
You get that. See if I can move there, here.
I suppose I could just go to the YouTube channel.
Go to the YouTube channel, but pop out the chat and get rid of the.
Right.
Yeah, just pop out
the sound and everything.
Yeah, and get rid of it. You can even, when you pop out the chat, you can close the screen with the video. But okay, so here we're looking at skin cells. Something that looks remarkably close to skin cells, very much like the pachyderm, I guess. And okay, we're getting different examples of this. It looks almost like the scales of a crocodile or something like this. Turtle shells, like you're saying, keratin. Also, maybe it could even be studied. Indeed, like look at this. This is very strange. I mean, I can see why people would say that this is some form of volcanic. I don't know. So it doesn't really look like it. But yeah, it would be their explanation, I guess. Hanuman. Hanuman is supposed to be so big.
Have you seen this naga or naga snake? I think it's also over there in Thailand. It's that's totally mind blowing as well. Because there's just way too much that it looks like
3 whales.
A gigantic coiling snake.
There's a rock in the northwest coast as well that is a snake, a coiled snake as well. That there will be for the Salish, Coast Salish people. They believe that those are beings turned to rock in an event. And here, I was just going to say that Hanuman in the Mahabharata, he can change his shape. It can appear different shapes, but in his true form, he can leap across the continents with one jump. So he's supposed to be huge, very, very big, kind of like what we're looking at. That's just a nice story. Here, the whales. What is this? This is like, how does this form sideways if it would be volcanic? This is just, these holes as well. I know there's some explanations.
Yeah, see, I think he's onto something there. That's really interesting. Now, that could also be trabecular bone, but there's no branching off of blood vessels going out to the sides, like what I'm finding with the trabecular bone here. So, if you're talking about something that big, then, of course, how does that work with the, skin cells being the size of what we were seeing there? I don't know.
Right.
It's, this kind of thing where it helps if you're on the ground and you're able to really.
But this is the kind of stuff when you look at these from inside the stone like this, and you get these cross sections. You see so many of these things that look like layers that could be biological. Right? There's just a lot of them. Now, and I guess that's an issue because the rock in itself has its strata, and that's, I guess, what you're pointing to. It's not like some geological layers. You can see that they, like the ones I told you about, the ones that probably some sort of pyroclastic flow that grab many creatures and destroy them. What you find is that you can look at these strata and you find bones everywhere, disconnected from their bodies, and that's very different from this. What you see here is something that's very cohesive. And the stones themselves have inner strata, right?
Strata was a big one for me initially because that was one of the criticisms that were coming a number of times on my channel, was that if you look at the head of Mont Go, it's got these parallel lines, and so a couple of people with geology backgrounds are just like they laughed at my conclusions and then said layers of strata and then just ignored all the research. They didn't actually, a lot of people that are more skeptical saw the first video and just
Got rid of it.
laughed at it, waved it away. And the first video was only meant as an introduction to what is a really crazy idea to most people. And
But this
and so I was just trying to show people like how I got on the subject in the first place. But parts 2 through 5 and a 6th part soon to come really are the body of the research and all of the findings. So apart from just kind of the macro view.
What we're looking at here, this is a rock.
Yeah, I don't know. Those are his pictures. I'm not sure what he's photographing there, but it has a very organic, biological kind of a feel to it.
It does look like a cell. Many of them look like it. Very interesting. I don't know.
So I found that other. I'm going to post it. This is a video about a Titanic snake in.
Wait a second. Are these iron balls found in these formations? What?
There we go. I posted in the chat the.
Do you know this? What is
I've seen these before. Yeah, I don't know if he's correct about the T cell thing. Those are big cells.
What the heck? This is insane. How does that form? I mean, this looks...
Now that was trabecular bone, the next one. Right? He's showing it in the mountain, and then he's showing it in bone. And I've done a lot of stuff on trabecular bone, and that gets back to one of the first questions you asked, which is about the iron and the plasma. So you got red blood cells, you've got plasma, which is what the red blood cells are floating around in, and then that has all kinds of different elements in it. And the plasma has long chain fatty acids in it, so it's basically fat. And I theorized that when the cataclysm occurred, that all things that were fat turned to crystal.
Some of this stuff is mind-blowing that he's showing here. What the heck?
Yeah,
What is
Roger talks about those being, I think, hair follicles, I believe. And the same thing with the curlicue. That's also, you can see the curlicue up in the upper left. So, this to me is some pretty compelling evidence for the idea that continents themselves may be gigantic creatures. And so that's that. Then you're zooming out. It's a fractal zoom. You got the continent side.
Hi, Edna. Welcome. We got 2 PhDs discussing the truth, and they were just watching. Dr. Nunez. He is really fighting the cognitive dissonance and moving on. It's just a great day to be a Christian in the Mudflood community. Did I hear something about this being your birthday?
It's so bizarre that I don't know what to think of this. How could this possibly form in their typical geological?
Yeah, somebody mentions the Monkey King, Hanuman. I wonder if Hanuman might have been a Titan. Then with that explains our King Kong stories, right? And the dragon would explain our Godzilla stories.
Yeah, but Hanuman's an old story, right? Like I'm saying, like in the Mahabharata, he plays a big role, and yeah, he's a giant monkey. And like I said, he can leap the ocean. He's so big, he can, and he's the most powerful being in the whole thing might be Hanuman. In terms of,
is he really talking about a lesser god type monkey that can lick the whole water off the earth? I guess so. But the cognitive dissonance, we'll pray for them later. Bring them to the Lord, I pray.
And tendon balls.
Oh, Learn Share just said plasma flow transmutation, and that reminds me of something I was going to mention that I've been looking into a lot lately, which is biological transmutation. I don't know if you've gone into that at all.
Well,
but there's a ton of scientific experiments out there to show that biological creatures, both like mammals and plants, can transmute elements. So we're given the periodic table of elements, right? And they have atomic weights and the number of protons and all the things that you get on that. And then some of those are synthetic, man-made things, and some of them only appear for, billionth of a second when they do their collisions with the particle accelerators. But the periodic table, those are the atoms, right? And those don't change according unless, nuclear
Well,
fusion or something like that. So that's what we're told by the mainstream. Or I always confuse fusion and fission, but the idea is that the Big Bang occurred and then everything shot out and then coalesced and then eventually formed suns. And initially those suns were very simple, but as they grew in mass and they started to have all of this activity, they started to fuse and create new elements. Right? That's pretty much the name. Look at that. Does that now we're really backing away, and that sure as heck looks like elephant skin to me.
Yeah, this is more bizarre, and this is from high up.
I mean,
Yeah. Ian,
come on, man. Have you ever seen magnified human skin? It looks like an elephant. Oh, I didn't want to pause it. I wanted to turn the sound back on. Come on, Paco.
so biological transmutation is the knowledge that like plants are taking in the sunlight and they're taking in water, but then they're creating all kinds of new elements, and we're doing the same thing in our bodies. So I think the all is contained in the whole, and that we have literally everything inside of us, which is what Terry Mullins said about the PCR test. The more times you cycle it, the more you'll find whatever you're looking for, because it's kind of the Buddhist notion that the part contains the whole. So biological transmutation is fascinating because this is going to give rise to all kinds of other elements. So I think that's where the complexity of our realm comes from. The Leviathan, that's the big fish, right? In the Sahara being attacked by the dragon. Or I always get them confused. One is the Leviathan and the other is the forgot.
Yeah. Wait a second.
You left me all alone.
Sorry, how's it going? Okay, good. Sorry, to come out for a second. Yeah.
So there's a lot of research out there that shows that biological life creates elements, and that's another one of these major things that goes against what we've been taught, in the high school.
They will come to the Lord or they won't, but we are, one PhD at a time destroying their faith in the geological model. And we'll pray that they are called to trust Scripture as you are, I am, and realize that, well, not only have they just been laying there, they might have been hit by a glittering sword or two along the time anyway. And there's a lot of things going on inside our body. Man.
Like a dirty fish bowl with a goldfish and a clean fish bowl with a goldfish. It's like the one that's in the dirty water is going to be sickly. Do you inject it and give it some pills, or do you clean the water? Which is more important? Maximizing health or treating sickness? It's a lot easier to create wellness than to fix
the big
the
problem
disease.
is the whole etiology of it, the way they try to explain what's the cause, and then the whole thing falls apart later when you look at it. But that's something else. Now here you definitely, it's hard to deny the relationship between the microscope. Yeah, these could be the holes from the actual, it doesn't have to be the bone. It could be the hole from the hair follicle.
Exactly. It could be petrified dermis, or not dermis, but the petrified skin.
Yeah, what I would point out is that you can see, I think I'm going to have to double check this, but you have a progression in some of the cosmologies, at least the Greek cosmology that I know, which probably is related to the Hebrew cosmology, from bigger beings, larger beings, and then progressing to smaller beings, the Titans and so on. So it would be layers of levels. And I guess the older beings would be the biggest ones. I'm not so sure that's the.
Well, it's true in archaeology as well. The deeper you go, the more impressive the structures become, and it should be the opposite of that, right? They were primitives. they had simple tools and no power, and it's like now you look at something like Baalbek and Göbekli Tepe and these incredible sites, or even pyramids. It's the older stuff is by far the most impressive.
I think
That's also an interesting image.
Yeah, this is crazy, dude. All these things they look so much like cells in a microscope. It's incredible, especially these square things with a nucleus in the center. And how you explain this forming with a regular geological, just layering, your simplistic kind of layering. It's just not possible. It looks like pavement.
Rob the Truth says, look up the Book of Enoch, and I've read the Book of Enoch, and it's really fascinating. So Roger, Mud Fossils, Alan, they're talking about it from a Bible perspective, and then I saw a video by Jay Dreamers where he was talking about the Book of Enoch, which is an extra biblical text that used to be in the older Ethiopian Bible, I believe.
It depends on who you listen to. Some people think it's created after. Some people think it's not from that period that it's claimed to be.
Right.
There's a bunch of different controversies about it, but
Anyway, in that book, it specifically talks about the Titans, the battle that occurred, and it actually gives a size, and the size of the Titans was 3,000 L's, which is something like a mile tall.
All right, you know that I'm about to get triggered, so I have to walk out now and go back, back to my house across the property here. I'm going to pick up something to charge my phone. The Book of Enoch is not scripture.
Oh, the Nephilim or whatever it is, this story. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, fallen angels mate with the daughters of men and then give birth to the Titans.
I'm going to lose my mind. All right, I got to go get my thing and charge this up. Don't pay any attention to the Book of Enoch ever, or call me and debate me.
Yeah, but I mean, you should definitely go to Hesiod to look at how he talks about the Titans, because he's the first to talk about it in the Western literature. So that's the source, and it's way earlier than the Book of Enoch. But it also makes the same kinds of descriptions. Also talks about 5 different generations of people, these kind of ages, kind of like the yugas, like different, and there's all kinds of injustices that happen, and the nature of the gods, the nature of the spirits that help people, all kinds of stuff like that. It's in there, but there's these beings. In that case, the Titans are not formed through intermarriage between fallen angels and humans. It's not. It's in that case.
Yeah, I'm not hung up on any one of the stories, because I think they all. I mean, some of it is symbolic, and others are telling facts in an allegorical, metaphorical way. It's hard to decipher it all, and it's amazing. Looking real meaty.
Whoa, that's
kind of fleshy. As above, so below, as within, so without.
It's very strange. You can barely tell what is meat and what is a rock.
Mm.
In these, it's hard to tell. If I were to pick at it, I don't know. This looks like something out of the barbecue. This one here, and everything here, it looks like meat more than it looks like rock. This here, also, I mean, yeah, very strange. I don't know.
In New Zealand, the myth of the demigod Maui, I thought he was Hawaiian, fished the North Island out of the sea with an ancestor's jawbone from the South Island.
She's from New Zealand.
This is interesting too. Now, I don't know if this is some kind of erosion or what, but that sure as heck looks like dragon scales. I've seen this kind of formation in this region as well.
This kind of stuff like that, the triangular.
Yeah.
This is really strange. I mean, yeah, these things that I have no idea what they are. This is so bizarre. I mean, I know that there's places like this in China, some other areas. But yeah,
This-
it looks impossible.
This looks like it was painted by an impressionist. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
It looks impossible, but those places exist.
That's Ian,
That's
and yeah, he's the one who made the video. Ian David Harris.
he's been to all those places.
Yeah, a lot of those are his own pictures, I believe.
Yeah, this is really interesting, especially this stuff about these. Look,
I agree.
Here, there's this crazy shit going on in my apartment here. Somebody hitting and kicking the door or something.
Oh, I thought it was thunder.
No, it's weird. Somebody.
Have you seen the Naka cave in Thailand, the giant snake? Have you seen that?
Giant snake? No, where is it? How do I see that?
Here, I'll give you the link here. I posted it in the chat. This is another one of those things that just makes you go,
Let's look at your video.
Wise Up has got some interesting theories since it's on screen. He talks about how ash combines with water, and that a lot of not that in this case I think this is cataclysm. I don't think this is ash combined with water. I think this is some high energy event.
There's definitely two kinds of these temples. Some that we know are actually carved into the rock. Who knows how they do it, but they actually carve it into the rock.
Well, what the Christians can help them understand is how the melted rock flowed over it in the first place, and that it probably wasn't that hard to, quote unquote, carve it out. Oh, hallelujah. Thank you, guys. Who else had a jawbone for a weapon? Is that Olnar? Let's hear it. Was there somebody else besides Samson? Put that in there, man. You got me curious.
It's okay because it's really about it's just that people can watch it. We don't have to go through it, but it's this massive area of these what looked like the coils of a gigantic snake with scales and everything. And there's even the head is even there, and it just when you see it, it is what it is. I think.
Yeah, this is really kind of funny here on my screen to see it.
I have no idea that this is Restream. It's different than StreamYard that I use, but it looks a little more difficult. I don't know what he's got going here, how you isolate that screen like that. You sure that's what you want to do, Dr. Nunez?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, look at that.
I can, these are.
Yeah, in Petria,
I have a hard time believing that those were carved from solid stone. I think
The
it's
stone
far
is
more
not as
likely
solid.
that they were.
I don't know.
They were,
Some of these from
Well,
Arabia,
maybe that one. I don't know about
from
that
Arabia
one, but
Petria.
others seem to me like they exposed something that was
This is different.
covered up and destroyed.
This is different for me. You see what I'm saying? You see? Mike?
He doesn't understand the question, Dr. Nunez.
You still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I lost you. I can't hear you if you're still there.
That's weird. Okay. You should be hearing me. Let me see here. What's going on?
It's good to know that technical difficulties can happen to people with all these advanced degrees, just like they happened to me.
Let's try this again.
You can do it.
It's glitching big time. Just here it is. Can you hear me, Mike? We can hear you. Yeah, people can hear both of us. So I don't know what's going on with Mike here. I know what it is. It's just a glitch on Restream been very slow here. My internet. Sorry, guys. There it is. I think he can probably hear me now.
Did I click on something here?
I think I don't know what it is.
Sorry,
He
folks.
should be able to. We're listening.
They can hear us. I can't hear you. I'm not muted.
He's not muted. We can hear him, and
So what's going on?
he cannot hear me. All of a sudden.
Internet gremlins.
Let me just see if I have too much on here. Let me make some adjustments here. See if it doesn't change. Just go here. Let me close this loop for a second, just to get things to move a little faster here. He's supposed to be hearing me, and somehow he can't. So let's make sure everything's okay. Yeah, it should be totally fine. And
I'll bet you do, Sean.
that's all you need
A
here.
soft answer turns away wrath, brother. We're going to skip ahead and see if they get this figured out. Just wanted to show you some of the comments from the salt of the earth.
Very, very strange. Let me just restart this studio thing.
I'm going to jump ahead a few minutes.
Elephants.
Yeah, elephants around the four corners or the four side, or the directions. Maybe I don't know. This definitely is significance. Mount Meru in the center.
Here we go. Come on.
I haven't seen you all through this whole thing, so I don't know if they're seeing you or not. But just to let you
Trying
know.
to share your screen. Is that it here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And
Okay. So let's see. Just start. I'll just show you some of what I think of as biogeology
okay.
stuff for now. So this is the trabecular bone. Before, just to pick up a lost thread, I was talking about the critics talking about the layers of strata being a debunk to my theory about the mountain. And so that was kind of puzzling for me for a while. And then I started thinking about skulls and bones in general and how they form. And it occurred to me that wait a minute, I think bones, the skull bones grow in rings, like the rings of a tree. And it turns out that they actually do. And so if we were looking down on the mountain from above, we would see layers of strata.
Hallelujah, praise Jehovah, all that's in me, praise his name. Excellent. Oh man, I wish I was a singer. Look at those, hallelujah.
The proof that it's a Titan comes from a whole long list of things that I go through in all the videos. So you can see that these stones have a very biological look to them.
Mhm.
Blood vessels, micro blood vessels, the remains of the iron ore would be the remains of the red blood. See the channels going in, and big ones, small ones. We've already covered this stuff. And this, oops, sorry. Where'd you go? Sorry about that. And this is
so
one I took.
we always thought it would be so easy to have our own little TV shows. Yeah, it would be easy if you had all those producers and directors and writers and people that are trying to earn their PhD to help you. Then it's easy.
Do that in a second, but you can see what an organic biological look. I think this is the outer layer of the creature, and then this is what's broken up. Do you see my cursor as well when I'm doing this?
No.
No.
Maybe you have to share with the cursor. It might be an option.
Never mind. I'll just do it with words. But yeah. So
yeah, no, I see. What you're talking about. Yeah.
And
Look
this one's
at that.
interesting because when you look in that hole, you can see that, like here and here, there's smaller holes going straight off to the sides. And I think this is what these mountains used to look like. You had this thinner outer layer, and when you break this off, you get a much thicker, harder layer underneath. And when you pull this stone away, it reveals reddish earth. And you've got all of the. This is a combination of both. This is what is known as cortical bone. The bottom portion would be the thicker bone. Like if you think of your arms and your legs, you've got the outer rings of the thick long bones are solid and have very little in the way of blood vessels going through them. And then the inner portion of the bones is the trabecular bone, where the blood is actually formed. And so all of the mountains in this region are filled with terraces, like the one you see in the picture here. And those terraces go on and on and on every mountain, as high as you can get before it starts to be cliff-like. You've got these gigantic terraces everywhere, and it's all made of this limestone that's been broken into pieces. So if you see the scope of the terraces, like pull up my Google Earth, it's astonishing. But you have to think about how the terrain looked before they created the terraces. Mm-hmm. And I think it looked like an elephant because the terraces.
And the whole thing with the elephant, that's doing the same thing that he doesn't like other people. Well, it looks like an elephant from the outsides, It's human. It's a body. It's a mammal. You're not, it's not going to be that much different than, like, oh, this could be an elephant. Well, that's also mammalist, and it could be human. But the stubbornness to admit it's human is only for one reason. Anything but Christ. That's the new ABCs. Anything but Christ. Because then you got to do something with the guilt we all have or had. Amen.
Yeah. And you think about this mountain and all of these fragmented rocks. Here's what I was talking about before with the, I'm looking at the wrong screen, sorry. There we go. So when you get in, there's what looks like lines here, because this wouldn't be skull bone. This is actually terraces that go all the way up very high, all through here. And then this is what I was talking about as far as the synostosis, the lines of the lines of the mountain being the skull bone. And so going along the theme of biogeology, I think some of these pictures were actually in that video we saw. Let's see how fleshy this looks. Like bacon. This looks very much like skin cells, and then underneath the skin cells.
It looks like a giant transverse colon.
Somebody emailed me this today. Someone else have to figure out what that was.
Very weird. More of those.
Some of these things are just next level odd.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
What is this? Wow.
Well, it's muscle from like either an arm or a leg that's bent, and the two muscle fibers are always twisting down to meet at one ligament bone to invest into the, the ligament part of the bone. That's transition, people.
To me, this looks very much like a root structure.
Right.
And
they'll be underground, kind of, I guess, or even overground here too.
And some trees have their root structure above ground and below ground, obviously.
Now, of course, I don't believe they're trees. I believe that these are like maybe ankles that, or, things that are bones that are, caught sticking up out of the, after the glittering sword and after 150 days of being washed and lowered by the water, they came down into a position and some landed upright. Not trees.
I think those are metaphors for something like this.
Right, sprites coming off the high, off the firmament. Sprites. With the,
I have seen sprites. I've seen red dwarfs and things like that, falling stars, orbs, exploding meteors. Oh my goodness. And it's coming from the vaulted dome, people. The vaulted dome.
Almost looks like a painting, but it's showing what's happening there. You have the elves, which are the
I think
rings.
it's a representation here. I don't think this is your.
Yeah. And then you have sprites, but these have been filmed, so this is not.
Yeah. You can see it.
It's not theory. This is fact.
Yeah.
So that's all the stuff that's happening way above those thunderclouds that we see with lightning going everywhere. That's happening above it. And I think, whether we're in some kind of a fishbowl, whether it's a plasma ball or something like that, I lean towards this. This is what I think we live on. I've seen when you. Yeah, this is all magnets have this. This is looking
Wait a second. Something wrong here. Sorry.
from the poles. That's the North and the South Pole. This is looking from above down in a magnet, and this is exactly how. This is a toroid, and this links back into the whole thing with the heartstones and. A few of the videos that I've done related to Francisco Torrent Guasp, who is the man who discovered the real anatomy of the heart, which is that it's one.
I stole Francisco Guasp, Dr. Guasp's nickname. He was known as Paco, and that's I want people, whenever anybody says, how come I like to be called Paco? Well, I've always liked that name. I used to tell my wife that my real name was Paco the Wind Blows Softly for 20 years and 30 years. And now I want to be called Paco. And if anybody ever says it, I'm going to say, if it was good enough for Dr. Francisco Guasp, Dr. Francisco Torrent Guasp, who discovered the helical heart in 1948, it's an honor to be called Paco.
This is the Bible we're reading in Latin, and in the very beginning, God speaks into the water to make light. In a way,
that's what it says in the Bible.
Yeah, it's like sound in the water making light. So.
Yeah, this is a mountain in Benidorm, and. It has a very. Can you see my mouse now?
Yeah.
So I think eye, head, upper back. That's worth exploring. I think there's even a cave right there, but I'm not certain about that. This is
another elephant. Yeah.
One. That's a one in. I think there's several in the region.
Whoa.
Yeah, these are just fun things I
That's Pradiolita.
Here's a fractal elephant. Another one. You familiar with these fulgurites?
The patterns.
Electricity.
Or these.
Yeah, these are formed when lightning strikes. So the lightning, just like the Lichtenberg figures, the lightning organizes matter into these geometric patterns.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering on, because I heard some geologists talking about this. There's some areas on the Earth that have this pure iron. And it's like big slabs.
First time I learned about those was on a tour in Michigan, the sand dunes of Michigan, and that's where I first heard about them. Really cool if you ever get it. I think Mac Woods dune rides there on near Grand Haven, Michigan. Money well spent.
Massive slabs of pure iron that has not oxidized at all. So there's a problem in terms of the formation of the Earth stories and the need for water to be there around this iron, but the iron has never oxidized and it's found in the Earth. And some people, the claims that these are created out of these extremely strong plasma discharges from the upper atmosphere hitting the ground somehow and turning, like what you're saying before, we talked about transmutation of matter. The idea is that plasma is able to generate different atoms somehow. This kind of cosmic plasma, whatever it is, that can hit the Earth. It can make new elements. It can make stuff.
Mungo Jap, he's one of the Thunderbolts project guys. He's got a great video called Instant Petrification, I believe is the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he shows a bunch of different examples of things that petrified instantly, like crabs, and because they're still in like the position that they died in. But he talks about an instance in Canada, I think it's in Canada, where high tension power lines went down and they were laying across several different tree trunks, trees that had been cut down, and the lines were laying across the tree trunks for, I think it was like 5 or 6 hours, if I remember correctly, before they turned off the power or were able to, do something about it. And when they went back, the tree stumps had turned to stone, but also the entire root structure was also stone. So the power from a high tension wire was enough to petrify tree trunks.
Right. Yeah. That I heard about that. So it is totally possible that just with electric. How would that work? That would be, because it's very different than petrification through like what we were talking about before, which is petrification through this the kind of elements around that we see, right? Which is different, like marinating in some sense, like the bog mummies or different things that like the mud fossils, right?
That's paramineralization, which is a very, very slow process, that's totally different from instant petrification, and that's what caused me to start to go away from mud fossil theory and move into things that had to do with high energy, whether it was volcanic or electric or plasma, because it didn't make sense that these petrified organs would be found in such quantities, separate from the body. So I believe that the body is removed, or not removed, is annihilated in the petrification process. I call it boiled egg theory because I think that each of the organs is in a sac made of fat called fascia. The heart, in particular, has a very thick one called the pericardium. So I think that.
Did you stop sharing or no?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just got distracted.
I'm trying to do something here so we can make this better here.
Just going to show. These are just some different related subjects.
Right. Let's do that. Let's look that up. Did I leave up a comment for the whole time? That's me. Hey, Ulnar. We love the platonic solids here, man. But was there, what is that Utah teapot? Am I just making that up? Or is that even the right name? I haven't looked this up for years. Help me, Lord. Oh, there it is, sitting right with it, man. Look at that. Utah teapot. The Utah teapot, or the Newell teapot, is a 3D test model that has become standard reference object and in-joke. They're going to try to laugh it off within some computer graphics community. It's a mathematical model of an ordinary Melita brand teapot that appears solid with a nearly rotationally symmetrical body. Using a teapot model is considered the 3D equivalent of a Hello World program. Generally a computer program that outputs or displays the message, hello world. There it is. Does this play? I thought it would rotate. There's your other platonic solids. Weird times we live in, everybody. Weird times we live in. Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Let's get back to the two PhDs, watching them struggle with their cognitive dissonance as the Bible is proven correct in front of their eyes. They'll find out later, hopefully.
This is a guy who does cymatics with bubbles, soap bubbles, and he shows the ways in which the sound can create basically anything. Have you ever seen this guy's channel? It's absolutely incredible. David Shire, let me find his name. Shiremeyer, I think. It's an unusual name. Yeah, so he's going to start hitting this with sound frequency.
If he gets it. Oh, we do. We're getting some of the comments now. I can put some of the users' comments. Not sure you see them.
Mm-hmm.
So we can. This is the idea that the Earth is negatively charged, and that not sure you're familiar with the work of Lucas King. He's been on my channel a few times, and he talks about the Earth as being a battery. It works just like a battery in this galvanic sequence, but he ties it up with the sun being anodic, like there's this cathode anode relationship inside the battery and so on, and then he puts the moon on one end and the sun on the other end, and explain. The idea is to explain even formation of the stars as the elements kind of take their own positions, or the planets. Sorry, and the idea is that in alchemy, planets are all linked to different elements. So he believes that the moon is made of silver, that the sun is made of gold somehow.
What they're showing now is that toroid, it's only like a millimeter thick. That's what Fat Kenny invented.
So that's looking at from the top down. If you think about when I was showing the magnets before. So that it's, when it comes to plasma, you've got the primer fields. That guy did amazing things with these bowl. I have it here. These bowl magnets. You're familiar with? They've shown this on Globusters before. He's got these magnets that he puts inside of a vacuum chamber with it's pressurized, and then he has the noble gases, and then he runs electric current through the magnets and creates plasma. And he's able, in this 4-part series called the PRIMER, the primer fields. He's able to basically reproduce on a mini scale in a laboratory everything that NASA's showing you about the outer realms, but obviously
should click on that hide thing on the screen.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. There. Yeah, so he's manipulating the angles, and he's changing the distance between them, and different gases give different results, and he's basically able to recreate just about anything in there.
Wow.
And then obviously if you could see in more detail, then you would probably have cymatic patterns in there, just like he shows them later. Let's see if we can find it.
It seems like everything should have cymatic patterns in its structure, because everything being electric and resonating, life resonates. and I think everything resonates. It's kind of like,
Oh, I'm getting hope. I think Dr. Nunez is shaking off his cognitive dissonance live before our eyes. He's getting it, man.
The toroidal patterns, the balls just, line themselves up just like the ley lines of our Earth. People can find water using dowsing techniques, and they're probably just homing in on these patterns. Watch when he puts the balls in. It's amazing the way they organize themselves.
right? Yeah, we look at it before. Right, according to the
So
self-organizing through magnetism.
yeah, and this is something I ran across recently that I didn't know existed. These are called diatoms.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are creatures.
Yeah, they're looking at it with electron microscopes, and these are fossilized, petrified little organisms, and they're just amazing. They're filled with all of the same, sacred geometry, and
those are oh my goodness, what you're seeing on the screen right now. When he was showing you that's my effort to tell you that you are a little g god of one thing: your body. Your body is filled with living organisms. What you eat, they eat. What you drink, they drink. When you sleep, they sleep. When you're at peace and one with the Lord, they're at peace with one with the Lord. They are your kingdom. They are what you control. And, when you're working on that and other people are working on that and you get together with them and you pray, you're going to have power that you cannot imagine.
and these patterns that we see everywhere, all throughout nature. This vortex
they
map
form out of
pattern.
nowhere, right? They can take shape without there being any. I think I forget it. I'm gonna have to cite David Wilcock because I'm the source of this. But I remember them showing, or I don't know if it's a morphic resonance thing, but they got this perfectly sterile water, and they kept it without any kind of biological, contamination, anything like that. And still, no matter what you do, it starts forming things like this start taking shape suddenly inside of it. They just start popping in. You can't get rid of life. Apparently it's like self-organized. It comes no matter what you do, it just kind of pops into existence almost.
My friend Ben turned me on to this. This is amazing here. So this is looking at sound octaves, but it's also looking at the periodic table of elements, which I was talking about before. Apparently they break themselves. They fall into these different categories of octaves, and it's the exact same pattern of what I was showing in the water a moment ago.
This is exactly the information that Lucas King showed me. He sent this to me. Yeah, this is the way.
Why do I think that I should interrupt the video and go kryptonite? What about this part of it were they trying to introduce to people something's weird that's kryptonite? I think
Way of looking into matter is, instead of being atoms, they're completely, absolutely different, but in putting them in a spectrum, a continuum of energy, right? It's differences in. I guess what you're trying to suggest as well is that any atom can be transformed into any other atom somehow, or no?
Well, I was talking about biological transmutation before, and plants and animals do transmute elements. There's a lot of scientific experiments to show
even
that.
Biologically it can be done.
Yeah, simple ones like just feed a plant water and air, and it's got earth that it's in, but you weigh everything beforehand, and then it acquires mass and it acquires new elements. I mean, just something simple like a chicken. the amount of calcium in the chicken shell, and a chicken produces an egg every day, right? If it's producing, the amount of calcium in the shell alone is greater than the daily intake of calcium that the chicken has. So the chicken is creating calcium. So that's a little different from, all the adamants have to be formed in the belly of suns. So here it is.
There you go.
So this is the myocardial-ventricular band, and not only did Tourne-Wasp discover that the heart was just one continuous band that rolls up in a very complex way, but he also hypothesized that it was functioning in a spiral vortex fashion, and I've done a couple of videos on that subject. And one is called Helical Hearts, Petrified Organs and Synchronicities. And then I did one recently where, it was an incredible synchronicity, because I learned about that from this idea from Wasp, watching a documentary about his life called The Helical Heart. And it's, they proved in that documentary unequivocally that the heart is functioning as a vortex, and the blood is spiraling in and spiraling out, and it's actually functions by suction, not by compression. So we're taught it's a pump that's pumping 4 different chambers, and that's pushing the blood out to all the cells of the body, and it doesn't make any sense, and it didn't make any sense to Wasp either. And he spent 25 years dissecting thousands of different hearts before he was able to really solve the puzzle.
And one thing is gonna, well, in Latin, like I think you got my message. The heart is called the same word for rope in Portuguese. Cordis is a corda, is ropes. The actual form corda, which would mean hearts, it also means rope.
Right.
Wow, that reminds me of that verse, and before the golden bands are broken, the cords. Oh my, the Lord, amen. Let us work out our salvation with fear and trembling, but rejoice in the Lord always. And remember, as our good friend Doug Bartles would remind you, if you saw him in the morning of every day, he'd say, rejoice, this is a day that the Lord has made.
Core is,
and that is one of the things that's one of the findings of Wasp, right? That the heart's like a rope.
Yeah, that it's like a rope. I hypothesize that it's also a Mobius strip. So if you think about a toroid, right, that one blue line would be like a Mobius strip when you look at the way that it twists. And Wasp, if you look at the
one of the things about a Mobius is that the first one that I remember seeing is at the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, Illinois, and it had a railroad track built on a Mobius strip, and the railroad train would go around the outside on what you see, the dark blue, and all they did was just they unattach a line, flip it so that it's just connected and it has time to make the turn. So the train is just running on a continuous track, always one way. And this is just, the toroidal version of a Mobius strip. Usually they show the Mobius strip only as a figure 8. It is so much more. This is the best version of a toroidal Mobius strip I've ever seen. First time I've ever seen it.
The myocardial-ventricular band. There's a half twist right there. So when you open it up, it's already half twisted. So if you connect this end with this end, a half twist in a long band gives you a Mobius strip. So it's fascinating the way everything is interlocking with this stuff, and it's scalable, and there are actual experiments. Now, this is probably fantasy, but when it comes to what we know about toroids, it's definitely not fantasy. I think that's probably why the aurora borealis is happening towards the north, is like your friend was talking about with the anodes and the cathodes, and it's
this whole thing, like Antarctic Thread is mentioning here. The photosynthesis itself is very odd, and I think, I'm not sure you've seen the recent videos. I think it's the Founded Earth Brothers, used to be Flat Earth Brothers. They had posted some videos of very microscopic images of plants doing what they do and making oxygen. And the way what's going on there is like all these things moving around, seemingly, acting on their own, making this bubble of oxygen. It's absolutely, it's unbelievable. It's not just some sort of chemical pressure, sort of mechanical processes going on. Something else going on. There's something that's alive and it's doing things on purpose. And it does, it's kind of like our cells. They're absolutely intelligent beyond what we would be capable of doing by far.
Okay, so with that, I'll just do another interruption because I'm surprised to hear that Dr. Nunez uses, he watches Flat Earth Brothers, now they're Founded Earth Brothers, especially when at the beginning of this video about is this the one? The 8-hour one? Yeah. So where he talks, he's giving about his education, and he's showing, that some of the different things that he did, and because of his excellence, when it came time that they needed somebody, go ahead and keep playing it. In 2018, Dr. Nunez was shown, or I don't know how it gets chosen, but here he goes through his education a little bit. 1249, go up a little bit. He's still going through it, but he wrote the paper, and he's going through his resume about what he did and where he presented, because he's into, resistance and alternatives, global skepticism. He wants to help the poor. But when they needed a response, when the Flat Earth movement was coming out, they turned to Dr. Nunez and let him present because of his education and excellence. And now, just shortly, a little while later, he's watching the Founded Earth Brothers, formerly Flat Earth Brothers, like I was formerly Flat Earth Nation. Let's see if we'll listen to him here describe his education.
At University of Leiden, where I ended up meeting my wife, that conjunction, I look into historians, ancient historians and classicists and how they use theory. And then I presented, made presentations in many different conferences talking about some of these issues. And later on, look
at that, in Stockholm, 2018. Oh, we need to get to the bottom of this flat Earth and understanding the flat Earth movement. So they called on Dr. Nunez to present in Stockholm because, and now in 2021, we're right back at him here. Pick it up. He's watching Founded Earth Brothers, Flat Earth Brothers, and getting blown away. It's inevitable.
All right. It doesn't make any sense. We get to be inside these bodies, but the bodies themselves, what's going on to make them operate, it's ever more mind-blowing, right? It doesn't get...
Maybe it's this one.
Right? Yeah. The flying turtle. But the problem is that the turtles, you see the turtles back with the calendar and stuff, and those kinds of, it's pretty insane. The turtle has like a calendar on its back, essentially.
Yeah, I was showing that to a friend just the other day. So this is from a recent video that I did. That it's just called Field Work, or I can't remember the whole title, but basically I went down to the river bottom, and in the space of about 10 minutes, I found a bunch of these stones that I've done videos on, and then as I was editing the video, I was like, oh, there's a bunch more that I didn't even see when I was there in the river bottom. I could have pulled out so many of them. And isn't it fascinating that these things are so prevalent, and they have this very distinct shape, and then the heart itself is also a toroid.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. The more I learn, the more I'm just in awe of it all, and I don't really, I don't understand how it all fits together. But there are definitely things.
Some dogs made by
really,
crystals. So the John is talking about.
Yeah,
They said it's ice crystals.
Right.
Yeah, ice crystals in the air. Yeah, I mean, this is why by R2D2, the turtle was swimming offline. The turtle as a metaphor for something that floats in the water makes a lot of sense for some of the descriptions from the Veda, at least Mahabharata descriptions. That, like I was saying, the earth comes from the middle of the ocean. The water is there first, even in the biblical cosmology, right? So the description of the earth as a turtle is not so crazy in the way that as a metaphor, because the turtle is able to float in the water and to, well, I don't know, but okay, what are we looking at? Shut up.
These are stars with the P900 or P1000.
Okay.
And it's just when you see certain ones, you can see there's concentric rings, and it looks very much like a cymatic pattern, and it also looks like it's underwater. The water's above and the water's below. So if we are under a dome, then it makes sense that the stars look like this if they're light sources that are either within the dome or beyond it. Look at that. That's, some people try and explain this away as an artifact of digital cameras, but I have a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, you see definitely. I see a kind of fluidic thing going on. There's some fluids. It almost seems like there's something in front of it that it sometimes distorts it, but then you get a coherent. Sometimes you get a coherent thing. Sometimes it looks like a cell. Some are completely different. What I find fascinating about it is that some of them are completely different. They don't have the same colors. They don't twist the same way. Oh, look at that! Like almost here, you're almost getting the full. And there's definitely something. It's almost like water going on there. Yeah, they all.
Yeah, there's a video. Here it is. This is Vortex.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're capturing two PhDs honorably struggling with their cognitive dissonance, admirably, in my opinion. Lord, help them, I pray. Amen. Hallelujah. Aho.
Is in a pool. I have to shut some of these things down before my computer freezes. But so they're doing a cannon there with vortex rings, like dolphins and whales. They can do this, but this is really fascinating here because she just moves a plate through the water and she creates these opposite spinning vortexes, which is interesting because if you think of the sun as being electromagnetic, then she covers it later in the video. If it's stimulating, the sun and the moon are something electrical, then it makes sense that as they move by, that they would actually affect the ether as they're going. I mean, if you look at the water and you get this underwater reflection that's occurring, this isn't the video I wanted, but so she runs she runs these vortexes that go the whole length of the pool before they fade away.
Mhm.
And the interesting thing about it is the whole time you see the shadow of the vortexes on the bottom of the pool, but then you also get all that flickering, just like we're seeing those stars that are recorded with the powerful lenses.
Mhm.
I can't find it. I don't want to waste more time on it, but yeah. So that's
Did you see the white jacket hanging behind her? She just wanted to let you know she's qualified scientist.
related to potential explanations for what we're seeing here.
So what's next for you in terms of? I mean, of course, the heart's a whole other matter in relation to. I mean, with Mongol, right? It's different. It's
Yeah, that was just something that I literally stumbled upon, and it wasn't my intention to make a bunch of videos on the subject. But when I started to, the first thing I did is I filmed this rock that I found on the river bottom, and I sent it to Roger Spur, and he was completely uninterested in it, which I couldn't understand because, I mean, even without doing, I went inside the chambers with an endoscopic camera, and I did a parallel of the anatomy, and at the time there were 15 correlations. Now it's up to 20 with that one rock, and there's so many specificities I couldn't understand why he wasn't interested. So then I was forced to make a video myself because I didn't want it to just sit there doing nobody any good. So that was called Mud Fossils, the Heart of the Matter. And then I went back a short time after making that video to the river bottom to just see if it was reproducible. Was this just a fluke? Did I find this one rock, because I got lucky? And I figured if it was something that was an actual phenomenon, it should be reproducible, and I should be able to go out and find several. And so in the space of about 15 minutes, I found like 10, but I still hadn't really studied them enough to develop the eyes to recognize them. And the most recent video that I did was a little field work where I went live into the river bottom, and I showed people how easy it is to spot. And then those were some of those screenshots that I showed before were from that video. So then I started to talk about synchronicities before. This person, Francisco Torrent Guasp, Paco Guasp, who made these discoveries, when I watched the Helical Hearts video, at the end of the video, it had his name, and then it said Denia, Spain, and I was like, what? That's the other side of the mountain. It's right where that star fort was that we were looking at earlier. And I couldn't believe it. The guy, the most important cardiologist in history, who made these discoveries that were so incredible, was 10 minutes drive from me. Well, he wasn't, because he died 15 years ago. But there's still a foundation there that's basically spreading the knowledge of his discoveries, and so I figured it was probably tied to his family in one way or another. And when I called, his wife answered the phone, and so it was a real pleasure to speak with her for a little bit. And I told her that I was a fan of her husband's work, and that I had made some discoveries of my own that were loosely related, and that I would love to speak with a cardiologist who was familiar with his work, because I figured if they were familiar with his work and they knew his story, then they were already somewhat open-minded, because really mainstream cardiology still hasn't caught up to the discoveries of Guasp. It's really, this should be taught everywhere. Children should be taught about this. It's the most incredible thing, really. I mean, so we're just taught these little stories about, this contracts and then that contracts and it pushes the blood out, and it's totally false. And instead, the discoveries of Guasp tie into the discoveries of Victor Schauberger. I made a video, or the helical hearts, petrified organs, synchronicities video that I did, talks about the overlaps between Guasp and Schauberger's work. And somebody sent me video about Chester somebody or other. I can't remember his last name. He was the discoverer of the chestahedron, and he talks a lot about hearts as well. So it's a really deep subject. And so I spoke with her, and she didn't. She basically recommended that I speak with her son. Who is,
it's funny. It looks like you can go to the store. I like to get a quart of dark energy. No way am I paying that much. Come on, I'm going to go to Walmart. You know, or that's like saying you want to go down. Hey, go down to the store, will you, and buy me a couple of boxes of chance or luck.
It turned out he was a junior, which was cool. So next thing I knew, I called the number she gave me. The next thing I knew, I was speaking to Paco Guas, not the Paco Guas, but almost, and his son, and that was really fun. We had a brief conversation on the phone, and he. Wait, let me show that.
Did you show the inside of?
I'm on record as telling Mike Wilkerson, Stellium 7, that is the most confidence in a theory. You know, Dr. Mike Wilkerson knows in all his heart he's not lying to his brain. He sees the connection that those rocks were hearts, and he's struggling to figure out the how and why, and he deserves our prayers and thoughts.
Of a heart to him, a heartstone.
Yeah, so basically, when I told him a bit about what I wanted to talk to him about, but I didn't tell him the whole story because I was afraid he would be uninterested. Okay, they're seeing it.
You didn't want to scare him away.
I didn't want to scare him away. So this video that I did called, what it's called? More Heartstones.
To me, that's one of the bravest men in the Mudflood, the whole community calling the son of Paco Guas Jr., a very distinguished career of his own, you know, because this man wants to find the truth, and that's what we all want to find. And the truth is the same as the way. It's the same as the life. The Lord Jesus Christ, he is the way, the truth, and the life. Amen. Hallelujah. Aho.
Synchronicities, and it updated my channel because I went almost a year without producing a video. So here I'm just talking about the story and telling you the things that I was just talking about. And then I turn the camera around and I go and I had the thing is he was on his way to Javia and told me that he could swing by. So from the time that I called him, it was like 2.5 hours later, he was actually in my office. So from the time I had the idea to call to the time the son of the great cardiologist was in my office was 2.5 hours, which is just totally mind-blowing. So I spent
that's what we call, you know, how God works things out through providence. Providence, that's a doctrine in the Bible.
I spent those 2 hours really going through the stones and arranging them by category, and then when I brought him in, I showed him these were the ones that were exhibiting the greatest number of anatomical features. The bigger ones tend to have the chambers and the remains of the blood vessels and show the marbling and a number of other features as well. And I figured, rightfully so, that he would be very familiar with heart anatomy, given that he was the son of Guasp and probably watched him.
You know, just as a side note, let me play a little bit more here. On that table, on the right-hand side of a table, maybe I can go back a little bit here to guarantee I see it. This piece of salt, you know, that's a rock. And it looks like it's got a lot of biological features too. It's not too much longer, and we're going to have to be getting into the salt rocks.
And then I showed him these were the ones that were exhibiting the greatest number of anatomical features. The bigger ones tend to have the chambers and the remains of the blood vessels and show the marbling and they a number of other features as well. And I figured, rightfully so, that he would be, very familiar with heart anatomy, given that he was the son of Guasp and probably watched him dissect thousands of hearts growing up, So he initially was, pretty curious. And then after I'd been talking for a while, he started to find fault with a couple of things that I said, and we went back and forth. But he was here for almost 90 minutes, and we covered a lot of ground in that amount of time. But I didn't film or record because I didn't want to make him nervous or put him on guard. So I wrote down all of my memories from our conversation and created a video called Son of a Titan. And that's something that I just came out with recently. So it's a good.
And I look at some other. There are other cardiologists that don't look at the heart as a bump, and I come across some of their books, but it comes from a different kind of angle. So the heart as being kind of a seat of emotions or a place where you can feel with, or something very important. In other regards, it has nothing to do with just being a bump at all. It has this important place in the nervous system. It has sensors. It transmits. It has its frequency. It's a chamber. It's acoustic as well.
Yeah.
There's all these things.
It has the most powerful electromagnetic field in the body, more than the brain, and. I think it functions as a singularity. When we see the Iron Man movies and he's got that arc reactor that he puts there, right. We're all walking around with an arc reactor. This is not a pump. It is literally a spiral, vortex that from the first, moment when it starts moving to our final breath, it's a perpetual motion machine.
And it starts in the womb, using a swastika sphostica, not a pumping, but a pulling. And, it's just one's pulling in the good, one's, pulling it to be refreshed and reused. It's a zero viscosity vortex. That's what our heart is. That's why it's a miracle.
But, the brain doesn't function long without it. So this is really interesting because this is a recent discovery. So when the heart is doing its thing, it actually has a spiral contraction like that. Right. And so if you were to look at it from the bottom, you'd be seeing this sort of thing, right? Well, that's how a lot of these stones have petrified. When you look at them from the bottom, they have this spiral that it just I don't think you could explain that with erosion very easily. And there are a number of videos where I show exactly how to spot these. But that was a recent one. And then the reason I wanted to contact Guasp in the first place was I'm about to go over there and show it right now. So you can see several of these have the blood vessels still in them. Right, and then there's these lines that are through these stones. Here's a faint one as well.
That's how you open the heart. How you dissect the heart is by pushing against those places, right? How his dad used to do it, turn into a rope.
Yeah. See, everyone's always tried to cut it open to try and figure out how it works. And what he did was he opened the heart and he removed the outer fat very carefully, and then he was able to bluntly dissect it using just his thumbs. And at one point, he has to clip one little tiny thing. But apart from that one little clip, everything else is unraveled using just the hands. And so there's this, and this is one of the things I talk about in some of the Titan videos, when he rolled the heart back up and I saw the overlaps, you got one set of fibers going one way, and they're encountering another set of fibers going another way, and that creates a sulcus line. And that sulcus line I was finding in a bunch of the rocks without even realizing it. I went back to a whole bunch of the rocks that I already gathered, and I'm like, oh my God, it's got this feature as well. So I started adding new features to that list. I have
Right. I would invite you to, I can't show it to you anymore, but I can show pictures and videos where I show that in 2019, October, Randy and I drilled through a stone that we knew was a heart and predicted that we'd see those lines and fibers. And, oh man, we went from 2,000 subscribers to 4,000 subscribers, and it was wonderful. And then pandemic, the
Heartstone evaluation list here. Let's see if this is, yeah. So these are all the, if you go through the videos that I've done and you study a little bit of anatomy, you don't even need a lot, and you start to read these and you see them, you'll be able to go out and spot these things. I've people from all over have been sending me emails, and some of them are really good. And here in this region, they tend to be very white, bleached out, until you break them open. Then you can see that there's still, the blood remains. But in other parts of the world, I don't know if it has to do with resets and how many resets there were, but in other parts of the world, they can be very, very fleshy, just like we're seeing in this. I think this is flesh that's petrified.
It looks
what it was.
so strange. It looks. It's bizarre. It's like a cut of the fillet out of a monster being.
Yeah, I mean, when you see this stuff, it's like, okay, explain to me how that forms. With just dead creatures, compacting over long periods of time. Oh, that's something I didn't mention either. Is if you look up limestone on Wikipedia, which is what these what Montgo is made out of, they tell you it's formed from mollusk, seashell, skeletal remains. So all of that is compacted under the ocean floor for millions of years, and then pushed upward by tectonic activity. So right there in the mainstream geology, they're telling you that it's made out of bone. That's interesting.
Yeah, the only problem is that
not by accident. Nobody told me that.
The problem is that creatures don't just become a layer that gets compressed into some form of stone. That's just ridiculous, I think. But I mean,
well, and here's the interesting thing.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
No, the pyramids are made of this limestone, aren't they? The same kind of idea. Probably it's bones of
So
something.
are the star forts, but not this part, right? Remember I talked about cortical bone being thick and not having very much in the way of blood vessels. This is more like, if you look at the underside of this rock, it looks like Swiss cheese. But the top portion looks like skin and blood vessels. Or not skin, but just the surface, like the naturally formed, the naturally formed surface. But the cortical bone is more like solid.
It's smooth outside. Right. So, but the bone, it's smooth outside and almost like enameled or something, right? It's kind of smooth, and then inside is totally porous, and it has those structures. Exactly.
It's Swiss cheese, but unlike Swiss cheese, it's fractal. So if you zoom in, you get smaller and smaller and smaller blood vessels. And so that was one of the criticisms also that somebody had when it came to what I was showing on the channel. They were saying that this is just all pareidolia and this is not real. And this guy was claiming he had been on geological digs and sites here in Spain and had seen this limestone with his own eyes and said that it's formed from what I said before, crushed skeletal shell remains and whatnot. And let me find it. So yes, here we go. So limestone comes in many different forms. Like this is, if he was correct, this is what I would expect to be seeing. If not on a macro, larger, like a 1 or a 2 inch shell, then I would expect to see it on a micro level, something like that. Or this is another example of that. So this is what they're talking. To me, this is, sedimentary limestone. And I don't believe for a second that that's what's happening on Mount Go. This is another example. And
because you can find stones that do have seashells inside of them. That's for sure.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. So that exists, and that's also limestone because it's made out of the same material, right? But when you go to a rock like this, I was like, okay, well maybe he's right. I need to, maybe I just had never noticed that there's seashells there, and so I need to get a microscope. So I went out and I got a 60x microscope that I could attach to my phone, and I started looking at it. And these are pictures from the 60x, and so that would be the rusty line that I'm in on there. This is the white, and you can see at 60x, there's no hint of any shells or bone or anything. So I told him, look, I debunked your criticism when you refused to.
It does look like bone. It does look like bone as well, in a way.
It looks like bone, but it doesn't look like the accumulation of a bunch of crushed different kinds of bone. This is like, and when you get in here, you can almost see like, oh, there's that little fractal quality to it that I'm talking about,
definitely.
right? So let's go to the next picture. So that's like the rust, the iron ore lines, and those are blood vessels, in my opinion. So that was 60x, but I wasn't satisfied with that. So I looked up microscopes online and found this beauty that was it was like 45 euros. And it was 500. Not only was it 45 euros, but one of the things I hated about microscopes when I was in school, both in high school and in college when I was studying chiropractic, is when you look at, you got this little tiny eyepiece and you're looking with one eye, and before long you got a headache, And this is amazing because it was a 1000x microscope that's Wi-Fi and works with your phone, and use your phone as a viewfinder.
What? 1,000?
So, it's so awesome. Yeah, it's like, just look on Amazon for Wi-Fi microscope. That's a hair. That's one of my hairs right there.
What?
And then this is a tiny like 2 millimeter wide flower. This is the wing. This is the wing of a gnat. Okay, just to give you an idea of how much 1000x is. So I figured if I can't see anything with this, then it's not made of what he was saying it was made of, right? So I went back to the limestone rocks. The yellow there is like a mossy formation, which you'll see up close. So those little yellow pricks are actually...
so on this microscope, you can change the magnification, you can zoom in type of thing.
On this one, you can choose between 500 and 1000x. Okay. And then you can zoom in and out. I don't know how low it goes, but you can do 500x, and there's a button for doubling the 500. So
can you touch the thing that you're looking at?
Yeah, you get right up next to it. And it's got its own little LED light, so it illuminates what you're trying to take. Okay. Look at. So this is the iron ore. This is its reddish color.
This is inside the heartstone.
This is outside. The trabecular bone of the mountain.
Oh, okay.
So now those yellow, that's actual organic, and I'll show you up close here.
Right, those would be mosses that are growing on the.
There you go. Yeah. This is 1000x.
Wow, and these mosses also look like those things we saw in the geology, right? In a way, when they're really close, they look like the elephant skin in a way. It reminds you of it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's the moss.
Yeah, that's the moss.
Wow.
Right?
If the Nephilim had swallowed anything, if a tick had attached itself to the Nephilim, that's the only type of non-human things that you will find actually fossilized. Everything else is human.
When it comes to the trabecular bone or the limestone, that's a 1000x right there.
Right.
see any hint of anything that looks like a shell or a mollusk or anything. There's no hint of it whatsoever.
Looks like a crystal.
It's crystalline, definitely, because limestone is a crystal. Yeah, so that was nice. It was a nice relief because I didn't know. I might have gone up there and oh shit, I look at it with a microscope and there it goes. That debunks my entire narrative. But so far so good when it comes to looking at all these things. And the list has grown, just like I showed with, where is it?
It's crazy, the stuff and how much you reveal by looking closely at things as well.
Yeah, and that's the documentary on Victor Schauberger, his life. I think it's called. What is it? It's Observe and Copy Nature.
So have you
all of his discoveries were made by observing nature.
Right. Yeah.
Same thing with Guasp. This is his actual.
But I was going to ask you, like have you examined in the microscope every single stone, and did you turn anyone off and say, oh, this one is not, I was wrong about this one, or is there any you eliminated, or that you found that they're completely different, or did they all follow? And, because that would be another thing. If you can open several of these stones and show the exact same kind of formations in the microscopic level, I mean,
yeah,
it's even more evidence.
Well, it's interesting. Let me find it. With the heart stones, here's an example of what I was talking about before. Like other people have started posting these hearts. That one looking very much like a heart.
Yeah, that one looks crazy. That's a stone, man.
Yeah, and this is by brain.
It looks very brain.
Bunch of examples of brain.
Oh, that's it's even in mainstream archaeology. They say it got petrified.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And in my Petrified Titans and Organs Part 2 video, I show examples of couple of examples of petrified brain. They talk about vitrification, like Vesuvius, when it blew, not the petrification of the bodies, because we've talked about that before, that those are actually plaster casts that the holes were formed and they filled the holes.
Yeah, because that's just ash, not the full-on pyroclastic mud with water and all this stuff. It's ash, so it's soft ash. They got buried in kind of softish ash, and then you get the hole, and there's a chance there's not the conditions for the preservation of the body, like you see in the bogs and stuff, are not there. So the body turns out to actually decompose inside the hole, and you're left with the bones. The bacteria survive and eat the body, but it's different than the other way around. When you have more pressure, I think there's not enough pressure to push I'm just speculating, to push the materials into the cells, so it just doesn't work. But you show, I mean, there's plenty of ways in which it works. I mean, you have the foot of the cowboy in the boot. I mean, that's good enough.
There's a lot of things that debunk. This is the biggest one I have in my office. That's 1.5 feet long, and it's got the pulmonary arteries right there. It's got the flattened top, and then when I turn it over here, you can see that the aorta is exactly where it should be.
That's one you got to put in an X-ray or look inside, right?
Yeah, that's one of the 3 that I really want to have CAT scan. But when I tried to get them CAT scanned here in the region, that happened. I started trying to do that before lockdown, and so first I was met with resistance because they wouldn't allow me to do any non-human specimens, because I've had some donations and I've made a bit of money from the YouTube videos, so I thought I would spend that on testing, and I couldn't find anyone that would let me test them. So now my plan, and I've been too busy producing videos and working and doing other stuff, but my plan is to contact some of the veterinarians in the region and see if anyone has a CAT scan that they're using on animals, because maybe they'll be less, mindless rule followers.
It's so strange that people,
It's
people
like,
want to close the door. I mean,
just shut it down. I'm not going to break your damn machine. Just
they
let me
should be,
freaking credit.
the attitude should be the opposite attitude, in my opinion. They should turn around and say, yeah, I'm going to prove you wrong with this stupid Hearthstone idea. Come here, let me show you. Let me show you exactly how you're wrong. That should be their attitude instead of being scared of you coming in. But that means it seems to me that it seems like they have something to hide if that's what they're doing. But I don't know. It's still, why not? How long does it take to just scan a thing like this? Big freaking deal.
Yeah. This is, where'd it go?
You got to be, come on, these PhDs got to get on board. They are not going to let them easily destroy the whole paradigm of the lie of Satan.
This is, I think NASA says like that. You are here. That's an interesting thing in and of itself, right? This is the picture of the known galaxy, or not a picture, but they never do pictures of anything, but a diagram of the known galaxy. It's like, oh, shaped like a heart. Interesting. And guess where we are? We are here. This is what they call the Widowmaker, also known as the coronary artery. Why do they call it the Widowmaker? Because when people die of heart attack, the number one cause of death, or is it cancer that's number one? I always get them mixed. One is one and one is number two. And this is the main thing that fails, is that this artery gets clogged. So we're right there in the Widowmaker, according to them.
Right. Yeah, these things, I mean, they're always trolling with some of these things. The images they show, like they're freaking black hole.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if there's truth to this. There's different theories about these giant. Yeah, I mean, to me, that looks like a gigantic mushroom, especially when you see they have the hat, and then they have this little ring.
If you study the epiglottis and the ligament flap that is above it, those are epiglottises that are hoodoos. Oop.
The stem goes up into the head portion, so that would be a very strong attachment between them. So maybe that's why they're preserved. Let me just show the broken hearts tell tales real quick, because that's an interesting. There's a. This is when I went back to the river bottom, because a lot of people were like, "Oh, you should cut them with I think they're called mud saws, where you can get these really super smooth."
Right. Yeah. You can see the layers.
And then you can see the layers. So the thing is, the ones that I would want to do that with, I don't want to do it until I've had a chance to CAT scan them, because this is what I wanted to show you before.
And
Right.
Maciel Lewandowski is talking about the brains turning to stone, and the answer is yes. There's lots of. He just showed a human.
Oh, did I just see a little shout out there?
Between them, so maybe that's why they're preserved. Let me just show the broken hearts tell tales real quick, because that's an interesting. There's a. This is when I went back to the river bottom, because a lot of people were like, "Oh, you should cut them with I think they're called mud saws, where you can get these really super smooth."
Right. Yeah. You can see the layers.
And then you can see the layers. So the thing is, the ones that I would want to do that with, I don't want to do it until I've had a chance to CAT scan them, because this is what I wanted to show you before.
And
Right.
Maciel.
I thanked him for that. Mike and I's relationship is a lot better. I was kind of hard, because I thought I showed him a lot of stuff and he was taking it away from the Lord. But this man is a man with his own mind, and he's doing what he can. And it's an honor to have even something, it's an honor that all glory goes to the God, because everybody knows I couldn't have done this. I was a volleyball coach, man.
Lewandowski is talking about the brains turning to stone, and the answer is yes. There's lots of. He just showed a human one, but there's a whale one. There's different ones that turn to crystal.
Yeah, I have those in Petrified Titans and Organs Part 1 and 2, and there's it's interesting. I read some of their quotes on some of the different sites that have to do with that, and yeah, it's a fascinating thing. So I was going to show you, like here I've broken them open. Trabecular carne. This is what I want to show you before. So if you look at the inside of a heart, wait, back it up a little bit.
Did you put that in the microscope?
No, I did that that was before I had the microscope. So you can see that there's this, like, this.
Yeah.
This is the look of the muscle, and then instead of the inner chambers being smooth, they have that structure that's called trabecular carne. So it's that same word trabecular, which I'm using with the bones that are up on the mountain. But then inside the heart, you have this as well, and you can see that's what it looks like. And another image.
Right.
And then this is fun because I was walking in the river bottom with my partner, and I was showing her how to spot these, and then she picks this one up, and she says, "Is this one?" And I was like, "Yeah, but it wasn't the nicest looking specimen, from the outside, but it had the shape and it had the openings there in the front. You can see one, and then there was one up in the back." And so I was like, "Yeah, I don't need that one." And so I tossed it on the ground, and it broke open. And when it broke open, I saw all of this.
Structure.
I thought it was.
And when you wet it like you're doing in the other. Oh, look at that!
Yeah,
It looks like
you wet them.
meat.
That's nothing compared to the ones that come at the end here. Oh, this is amazing! Look at this. So you can see that one is broken, and anytime they're fractured at all, they you can easily
The
spot
break
it.
looks fully out of it, right? Out of the structure. Like it's smooth on the outside, and whenever there's a break, it is very clear that there's a break, that something's missing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so the other interesting thing is, if you think of the pericardium, the fatty sac that surrounds the heart, that's white because it's made of fat, right? A yellowish white. And so on the very first heart stone that I did the video on, everywhere that the white has worn away, it reveals red underneath. So it's literally like a white layer around a reddish, the rest of the rock is red, and it's a heart. So this next one is utterly amazing because you can see it's broken. Not this one. It's coming up right here. Okay. So looking at it here, you can see this portion is broken. Now, if that were to continue around, you would have the same shape that I've been showing. And you can see there's the remains of the blood vessel openings here. But watch when I turn it. Speaking of fractures, so that
The chambers.
is amazing. Yeah, it's the chambers, but it's also, this is the remains of the papillary muscles right here.
Wow.
So the papillary muscles, when they contract, let's see. Over there. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's where. I gotta think about where to put everything. Blood fossils, the heart of the matter. So.
Just saying, thank you guys for sticking around. I see that some of you are here are back. Critical Truther, you can look at the rest we've been on for almost 3 hours, and it's still going strong here. So thank you for coming back. And
Sorry for the argument.
That's
Okay,
fine.
so
There's a bunch of people here that are very interested in this, so you can go ahead and let's go through these details,
Right.
which is where.
So I was talking about the pericardium before, and so you can see to the right that all those reddish spots are the spots where the outer layer is worn away, and then if you're thinking of fascia, the whole. So first of all, okay, I talked before about boiled egg theory. This is my theory. Like, why the hearts? Why the organs in such quantities? Where's the body? I think the bodies were destroyed. And here's the thing: this whole cavity here, called the pleura, it's the chest and the abdominal cavity. This is the diaphragm here. This is all big, thick, and fatty, and it's filled with fluid. And then each individual organ is wrapped in its own fatty sac. So I think that, just like a pressure cooker, if you heat things up and then they're inside of water and they're boiling and there's pressure, then they're going to harden just like an egg hardens when you put it in the water. The egg has its shell and it has a liquid, soft interior, and those proteins are converted into another shape, and then the egg hardens. And and also you have the aorta and the openings of the blood vessels here, but you also have these attachments into the pleura, which a lot of the rocks at the top, they not only have the openings, but they have these little tiny chunks. It looks like something's been torn off, and that's because it's been removed from all of that. And then I want to show you the papillary. Oh, so here's fascia goes around and throughout every tissue in the body, from your toes to your nose, and when you cut into meat, you can see all these different little thin lines and layers, and that's all these different divisions that exist between the different sections and components of both the individual muscles, but the muscles in relationship to each other as well. And pericardium, so there you can see what I'm describing. These little sinuses here, these are openings between the chambers, quote unquote chambers.
So that's what you're looking at in that stone.
Well, no, that's I'll show you in a second here.
Oh, is that one of the valves or no?
I'm going to show you the papillary muscles. I'm just trying to find the spot in the video.
It's like down to the, it's.
So this is the aortal opening. I go in with an endoscopic camera in this video, and I show. That's the front and the back. So there's your coronary artery. There's your coronary sulcus, the fatty. I don't know what it's called, but it sits just below the sulcus. And then these are the openings to pulmonary arteries, and those have right there and there, just like in that big rock that I was showing in the video before. Those are the papillary muscles, which you'll see here in a second. There's the contraction of the heart, and you can see that spiral, and then the bottom side flattens and it curves inward as it's contracting. And then here we're going to go in and see the papillary muscles in it. There's the coronary artery that I was talking about. There's your spiral contraction of the different fibers of the heart. And there are the papillary muscles.
Okay.
Okay, wow. See that? They got these little strings called tendinous cordae, I think, like cords. Wow. And so these contract, and then that pulls the valves open, right?
It's by chance, natural selection. Don't forget, natural selection, evolution, Darwinian evolution is by chance.
Right, there you see it from the inside that it's happening.
Oh boy.
So I think all of that breaks away because it's thin, right? And even the atriums that are hanging off of the side there, and you can see how soft it is when there's that section.
The closings. And you can see what is interesting about the stone as well is that
there's a pinching off. So this is what you see a lot of times in the stones. Is this you see lines or a little hole that's not really open, or indentations like this, or sometimes you see the actual opening, and they're in the right places.
Right, exact perfect place. That's the thing. And they're the right size proportionally to the rest of the thing. So the whole.
But it's all peritoneal, right?
Peritoneal, yeah. Quite a peritoneal.
Here I'm going in. So
inside
this right here. So you have the chamber. This is wet. I've wet this one. This is dry. And here These are those sinuses that I was talking about, those little tiny pockets that I showed you that go between the chambers of the heart. So this one rock now has like 20 or 21 different specific anatomical correlations. You can see the remains right there of the, okay, ready? There's right in there. And then you can see here, this bump, and over on the other side, you can see the remains of the papillary muscles. There's the muscle.
Right, look at that.
So this was the first one I ever did on this theme.
Let's take a look at that again.
So this is going in the aorta now, and you can actually see through the other chamber and to the other side. Like, explain to me how that happens with water erosion. There's another sinus right there. Can you understand why I was frustrated when I sent it to MFU and he had no interest in it? And he still has no interest in anything that I've done. He's yet to ever make a video covering anything that
It feels threatened.
he puts out a video every day.
It feels threatened probably that somebody else. This happens a lot in these so-called truth communities, that people, instead of talking about the details and hashing out what it could be and working together and having their opinions, and they have egos. It's different. They want followers. They want to be. They want to have a little crowd of people that they portray in their channels, because these are the safe people. You get more audience. You do some of the things that work. It's not about research and going forward with information. Usually, it's about maintaining a channel with followers. And it's a whole different approach. It's not really what you're onto. You're here because you found something out. Wait a second. Wait, sorry, something happening. You're here because you discover something that you can literally not let silence. Like you have to come out and talk about what you discover. It's very different than people who are out there to do these other things. To call. You have a job, you have your own thing. You're not, you have a family, you have things to take care of. It's different.
So here I went live into the river bottom, and I felt really bad about doing this, because knowing what I know about them now, I'm like, this is like a desecration of a grave or something. But I felt like I had to do it in the name of science, and at some point I'll have them cut open as well. But you can see, like, it's white on the outside, and then you get inside there, and the trabecular carne, which is, you can see that they're unbroken, right? And there are no fractures in these. There's the aortal opening, right where it should be, and you can see the sulcus lines, right, the lines where the different fibers meet, and even that one has the aorta opening, and so then I break them open. And you can see how rich they are inside, and this reddish blood, and I mean, it's just amazing.
Bob Boy is asking a question here. He says, "You can only find hearts. What's the deal there? I know you consider this. We talked about this before. Can you explain this about other? Well, also you found brains. There's brains and there's other things that not that you found.
Yeah.
But there's kidneys and other things that kidneys just less feature heavy, let's say it like that. But what about lungs? He's asking other things.
Yeah, there's a lot of rock that appears to be lung, and I'm trying to think of. Got that in videos also. It was the fossils that part of the matter too. The thing is, initially a lot of the limestone, if it's down by the sea, I was finding more rocks that I thought, oh, maybe this was lung because it was filled with so many holes. But then I realized after a while that that the seawater, the salt was corroding the stone. So it was that was why it was looking like a sponge. But I have further up in the river bottom, I found a number of rocks. The thing is, lungs have lobes. Like I can't remember which one's which, but one has 2 lobes and the other has 3 lobes. And so it's going to cleave along those lines. So you're going to find fragments of lungs, probably more likely than you would find lungs. And see, this one is like chalk. It's so white. And then I'll just skip to the
Yeah, the problem with the heart stones, I mean, obviously, the heart is the strongest, one of the strongest muscles in the body. It's very, very strong, very fibrous as well, like a rope. That's why it's described as a rope. So if it boils in a cataclysm, it will tend to turn harder and not fall apart. That's one of the points here.
Right.
Also, there's as you've shown, petrification can happen with all organs in any, depending on, of course, the circumstances of the environment. So all of this stuff is totally
bloody that one looks.
Yeah, and the inside
This one was the most, and you can see the remains of the papillary muscle there, and there as well. Look at that, how detailed that is. And we can see this one when it's opened up.
Yeah, there's also Marcellus pointing out that some organs concentrate minerals and others don't. And I think the gall, you can get gallstones. We looked at that before in the other video. But gallstones, they look like freaking minerals. I've seen them. They look like a freaking... My mom has had some removed. And they look like a crystal form in nature. It's really strange. It comes from inside your body.
Yeah, I have some pictures of that right here. Let's see. Yeah. Where did I put it? Here. This is exactly what you're talking about. They grow like roots of a tree. I think gallstones, kidney stones. I think a lot of the stuff that we see out there in geology, geodes as well, brain. I think possibly opals might be these sorts of things.
And you know what? This one, number 24, that looks like a jack. That is what a magnet looks like. North Pole, North Pole, South Pole, 4 cardinal directions would be easily to make out from that a gallstone. It must have happened right when the magnets were really working out.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, very similar to that.
You can see how bloody that one was, and it was white on the outside. There's your papillary muscle. What are the odds?
Right. Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is that
the odds are 100%.
Up again and again and again, and geologically, these
stones have this last one was amazing.
No reason to be forming in these ways that look so biological. There's really nothing that would explain that. And having all the sulcuses in the right places, the aorta is always in the right place with the chambers inside. So many details, and you can look in the microscope.
Dr. Nunez, Dr. Rodrigo Nunez, taking his cognitive dissidence like a man.
It's really hard to deny there's something to it. Look at that. It opens smack in the center. Look at the iron ore right in there where it should be.
Yeah, and it's crystalline also. And I wish I had brought this one home. Someone asked me, like, what did it smell like? And I didn't even think to smell it. And I should have tried getting it wet. I just assumed I would find lots of others like that one. But that one was, so fresh, so to speak. That would have been a very interesting one to do a DNA analysis on, because I think Roger's gotten 3 DNA tests performed that came back positive for humanoid DNA when he was early on in his study, my guess is that the heat denatures the protein, and you probably wouldn't be able to get DNA for most of these.
That we have this kind of standard nowadays that the idea to find something that's biological, you need to find the DNA. But I think that's a little bit far stretch. Yeah, like what you're saying here. There's I don't know. For me, I think there's other ways of finding it. If you look at, for instance, if you have a trilobite fossil.
A trilobite, as Webb Danubi said, that when I autopsied the trilobite, He said that was my best work ever, and it inspired him. And trilobites are mid, your midbrain, your small brain at the back of your neck. I've proven that. That is not a fossil, not a fossil.
And you test and you can't find DNA. What do? It's not a trilobite anymore because the shape of this geology must have formed it because there's no DNA.
Right.
It's like it looks like a trilobite. It is a trilobite. It got buried in mud and it fossilized.
Wrong. You take that trilobite and you let those people do a DNA test on it, and you come back and tell me it's not human. Then I'll believe you. Well, even then, I'd say I want to do my own test.
Pretty simple. The problem is that when it comes to those creatures, because they find them in these special strata, they claim that these things have remained unchanged for hundreds of millions or billions. There's some of the earliest creatures that they tell in these evolutionary narratives. They appear as some of the early ones, and they haven't changed. It's amazing evolution. It doesn't change.
There's no such thing as a trilobite that separately evolved eyes of stone. Eyes are made of water. And they admit, oh yeah, that humans had to develop eyes that weren't like trilobites. They fed out, and we don't have stone eyes anymore. Enough with the trilobites, Dr. Nunez.
Over billions of years. You saw there's also the fish that they say was a prehistoric fish, and they end up finding him. There's all these creatures also in the deep ocean
That's the coelacanth, supposed to be extinct until they caught one in 1930 and then found out, wow, we can catch them everywhere.
people haven't seen. We don't even know what's out there in the earth. So it's
this was really funny. I showed this in the last couple of videos I did. When
the rock on the
I just went into a grocery store in Denia, and as I walked in, I looked over and I saw this big white rock on the astroturf, and I was like, no way. So I walked up and I was looking at it, and then it's like, yeah, maybe. And then I got to this angle here, and I went, definitely.
There's many places in Brazil that also have they're actually the Indians named them after stones. And I mean, I'm sure that all around Brazil you would find really, really strange formations as well. And I don't know. It's kind of like a friend of mine, just reminded me of a friend of mine. I'm trying to find something here. We were talking about the earth and the shape of the earth. It's like somebody who's a really, really, really good friend of mine. Like we have kind of a brotherly kind of bond. It doesn't matter. Like we're never gonna not be friends. It doesn't matter if we disagree. We disagreed enough before, so we don't have that problem. And we were talking about this. I was talking about the earth not being a ball and many different things. And he was kind of a little bit resisting, but he does travel a lot throughout Brazil. Like he's one of my most well-traveled friends. That he drives everywhere. Drives like thousands of miles and shit. And he went into a place which is this like rocky area in the interior, sort of away from the coast in the south. Just this beautiful place, kind of like canyons, and totally crazy. And then he took a picture of a dam in this river in the middle of the place, and you can see the ocean way far away. Like it's like 100, 200 kilometers away. The ocean's there. It's like see the. And I was like, okay, how can you see the ocean there? And then he's like, he's like, yeah, I understand. It's like it's a big problem. You go inland and you see the ocean. It's like, okay. Hundreds of kilometers away, well, you have a problem. It's even worse in that case than it is, I mean, of course, in your case, you go out and you see Ibiza, 200 kilometers away. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and remember, Dr. Nunez was the person that they brought to Stockholm in 2018 to say, will you give a lecture to shut up these flat earthers? And he did. Well, it sounds like he's got some doubts now, doesn't it?
Okay.
He's got his doctorate is in geology and things like that.
Yeah, it's actually 90 kilometers, so 200 meters of it should be missing, and without even having a proper, decent zoom camera, just with my phone, I took a picture of Ibiza from the mainland, and based on my altitude and the distance, there should be, according to the most conservative estimates. I went onto Metabunk, their curve calculator, which is very padded in the heliocentric favor, and I think they said 160 meters should be missing from the island, from the bottom of the island at that distance. And with this picture that I took with my camera, it's all there. None of it is missing from 90 kilometers.
Right.
That was one of the things that kind of got me pondering Earth shape a long time ago. That and my friend Alex.
Yeah, we're looking some people
Shout out
saying
to
here.
Conspiracy Music here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, some people are talking about São Tomé das Letras displacing Brazil. Jungle Juju is talking about it. It's incredible. Like it's supposed to have tunnels that people have not got to the end of it. They don't know where it ends. There's those mountains, those very magnetic mountains that your car goes up the hill without.
Sorry to the squeamish here. You might want to turn away if you don't like this kind of stuff. I just wanted to show this. So I can't remember what this is. A cow's heart.
Right.
This it didn't go where I thought it was. Whoops. This is an elephant heart.
Uh-huh.
Very, very different shape.
Mm-hmm.
This is a giraffe heart.
Right. Very much kind of like those, more of a heart shape. More
long and narrow. So the species depends greatly. You were asking before about the other organs.
Yeah.
Kidneys is really easy to find kidney-shaped rocks, and they have a little indentation, right? Like a kidney bean does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where blood vessels go in. And if you look at a lot of these kidney-shaped rocks, they'll have two little, indentations right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I found one. I'll go grab it. Actually, let me go. Real quick. I'll just bring it in. Hold on a second.
Okay. So guys, thank you so much for sticking around to this special presentation here with Stadium, which is something I really enjoy. And people, if people are not happy with it, they don't need to watch it, of course. And I think most of you are quite happy. So thank you for being here. It's been awesome. You're learning a lot here and looking at these structures. This possibility, which is very intriguing, and we see in the anthropological literature, like I told you before, in the Northwest Coast, you can look it up, Pacific Northwest Coast transformers and the transformation of beings into rock by the transformers, I think. So immediately there's different beings that get transformed, and we find along the landscape we saw, especially also in the video that we showed there in the middle, the guy from, I guess he lived in Thailand or somewhere in Indonesia, and those images are incredible. Those things that look like the close-up of an elephant skin, and then things that look like they're blown out of proportion, really large cells. And the epithelial layers, or the dermic layers of the derma of the skin, in the actual order, that with the size of the cells that seem proportional, all those things are incredibly odd. There's no these kind of mainstream cosmology ideas do not seem to fit what you see. You're looking at things that they can't have just some of these standard 19th century imagine notion of layers of composite. It really cannot be. So he's back. Let's see what's good. What he's going to show us.
All right.
Okay.
So yeah, I can't see anything.
Right.
First.
There you are. There might be a little delay with the.
Yeah. Okay.
There you are.
All right. So if you look at this is kidney shaped, right?
Okay.
It's got that indentation right there.
Right.
Not so hard to find a rock like that. But now I want to look up something real quick. Here's it. Hey.
Well, look who's here. Hi, Amy. We've been. This is a fresh video put out by, a doctor of chiropractic and a PhD in geology, I believe. He gave his credentials earlier in the show. What was amazing, Amy, that this guy in 2018 was tapped at the Stockholm conference, Dr. Nunez, to try to show how come the earth isn't flat like everybody's saying. And now he was just showing quotes from the formerly Flat Earth Brothers, now founded Earth Brothers. And so everything's coming along. Amy, we've been praying for you. Much love and prayers with everything else. Amen. Glad to see you're here. Oh, that's fine. We've been trying to keep track and keep up with you.
Oh. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, these guys have been going for over 3 hours. So, right now it's kind of, hit or miss, but it's been a fantastic episode.
Medulas. And medulla, that's that portion there.
You have
So
to
now if you go back.
Click on that hide in the middle of your screen there. Studio Restream.
Yeah, this is not important for what I'm talking about now. So if you go back to me now.
Oh, back to you. Okay.
Yeah. So there's that, and then there's the indentation for the blood vessel opening.
Right.
And so I think those are the renal. That's the different.
You know what? The one screenshot thing that he didn't like. I'm going to interrupt the show right now. I know it's going to be over 4 hours, but let's see what happens if I click and look for Plague Island. I better put Russia. Now, when you look at Plague Island, why did they make Plague Island look like a kidney? And they were going to make poison plague study biological weapons here. And they made it look like a kidney. Why? I know why, but it's hard to explain. Amen. Hallelujah.
Oh, back to you. Okay.
Yeah. So there's that, and then there's the indentation for the blood vessel opening.
Right.
And so I think those are the renal. That's the different, the different sections of the medulla. Yeah, I forgot I was going to grab the brain. Here's just one. See the sulcus lines.
And that's a heart.
That's a heart. And this one is really nice.
Right. Again, this is part of the problem here is because stone after stone, you get the same patterns, the same places relative to another, the same pattern, the same kind of shapes happening. And when it's broken, it's clearly being broken out of a cohesive piece. It's another point. The puzzle.
It's spiraling. And then another thing was. Getting late. It'll come back to me. Something about I was going to bring the half of a brain. If you take the two halves, the place where they meet is the corpus callosum, and that's where the most blood flow is in this brain. It's like crystalline, and then the inside is all got iron ore, right where tissue. And there's an indentation in the back where the cerebellum sits. So the more you look, the more specific the things are, and it's not vague.
Especially when you go into with the microscope and you it looks like it. It doesn't debunk itself. It's a problem. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a lot to look at out there, and to see with new eyes, and just to open ourselves up to the possibility that might not be as we thought. There's proof of evolution. Did you see this one?
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. There's another big issue with some. There's you, cultural anthropologists or physical anthropologists when they talk about these bones. I have some friends who are really into Neanderthals and other creatures and whatnot. So there's quite a lot there to speculate as well that they love doing. And what shall we do then? What do you think it's time to call it a day? 3 hours and 20 minutes? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good. That's about how long it takes to run a marathon.
Right.
It doesn't look like they end it.
I mean, I think I've just checked my notes if there's anything that we didn't really talk about that I wanted to. No, I think that's good. We can, if anyone has any questions, we can.
Yeah, we can take a look at some questions. Let me see here. There you are. And I'm not showing there. Let me see. Yep. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's see if anybody says anything. I think everyone is, the people are blown away with the information. They're happy to be here. I think there's, a lot to digest there and to think about for a lot of people. People who see this at the first time, they get really confused, I guess. There's something that tells them that they need to dismiss it right away. They need to be very quickly dismissive about it. If there's not this and not that, then they kind of want to discard it. There's like a lot of pressure for people to discard this information because it's so out there. I mean, you have to accept, I think these are separate issues, like they're linked, obviously, but they're separate. One goal is at a certain size, and the hearts come up in sizes that are more, some of them are our size, right? And some are really big. So
I think it was different eras. I think, there's a lot of people doing research on resets and just in the last few hundred years, there appear to have been two. You've got the Mudflood, and then you've got something well before that, like when you think of what we were showing before, those stone carvings that...
I don't think that Dr. Mike wants to tell Dr. Nunez about Mudflood was Armageddon yet.
Buildings to some people, but I think definitely that's happening in some places. And then... there's...
Hi, welcome, Jamie Wilson. Yeah, everybody here knows about Wise Up, and I was so happy to see Wise Up on this afternoon's video. He finally found my new channel. Wise Up goes back to the very beginning. He was there when it was just me and Philip Derizian, Age of Disclosure, and Wise Up. That was it. That was your Mudflood movement, baby.
I'll let you free flow for a second here. If you can take a look at some of the, I think you can see some of the.
Yeah, I'm looking at
I'm gonna quickly go to the restroom here. If you'd like to talk to them, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. So you have the floor. You can destroy everything.
Antarctic was talking about an LSD trip. One time somebody made a comment on my channel that my videos were more powerful than psychedelics because they don't wear off. I thought that was hilarious. Cthulhu. plasma apocalypse theories that could very well explain how this happened. Oh, one thing I didn't mention before, I was talking about the boiled egg theory. What about the bones? What about the arms and the legs and the skulls? Why am I not finding those in large quantities? That was a real puzzle for me also. And I have what I think is a pretty good theory for it now. I was talking with a friend of mine, Nathan, and I was telling him about my theory about the organs being like boiled eggs, and he said that's interesting because have you ever made bone broth? And I've been a vegetarian my whole life, so I have no reason to make bone broth. And he was telling me that when you take bone and you put it into a crock pot, after just 3 or 4 hours, the bone is turning to sponge, which is, that's pretty interesting, right? So imagine a lot more pressure and a lot more heat. Well, that could happen very quickly. So it's very, it's very interesting that if you put bone into a crock pot, you get mush, and if you keep cooking it, it turns to a fatty gel, and so that.
So how
that,
they do gelatin from cow bone? Cow bone, they make gelatin.
Right. Yeah, and all of the gelatin candies come from the leftovers of everything that they don't use for the meat industry, right? All of it. So the boiled egg theory goes very well with the bone broth theory, because that would explain why you're not finding a lot of that stuff. Because while the outer portion is just getting cooked like crazy, the organs are becoming more and more compact, and then by the time the rest of the body is destroyed, and maybe they're already hard enough to be preserved, and maybe they get buried with mud or something, and paramineralization completes the process. But I no longer have a problem with a whole bunch of organs out there and no bodies, which was really confusing, because I think that's a pretty good theory. Some people think it's like some kind of wide scale, what do you call it, human sacrifice or something, but it's little organs from this size all the way up to multiple feet. So I think it's more likely that there was a great dying off that occurred. And that's another thing about the sheer quantity. I think multiple resets, and I think also before humankind started to really mess with the environment, that there was probably a whole lot more life here in our realm. So
yeah, it certainly is what it looks like. Have you ever looked at the Cambrian expansion? Something that they talk about in these kind of mainstream, sort of mainstream, but it's so.
Isn't that like a widespread appearance of like huge numbers of species?
Yeah, well, Stephen Jay Gould talks about this. It's kind of like suddenly there appears a bunch of these. Okay, that's how they claim. Like they don't know where it comes from, but suddenly you have all these new creatures, some creatures that never, you don't see them again. And there's a great variety of them, and they all appear in I think it's the Burgess Shale, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it rings a bell, but it doesn't.
You should probably take a look to see where you find. They consider that to be old information, but I don't know how it fits the story. But it'd be intriguing because it would be a whole different class of creatures, maybe.
Well, there have been a number of great dyings off. When you look at the trilobites and these other, the ammonites and these different species that we don't see anymore. So when things happened, I don't know.
And I think it's quite.
Sure, it says pickled egg theory.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit unrealistic to there's a whole bunch of it. I'm not going to get into it, but there's a whole bunch of critiques in anthropology of the notion they need to find the origin of something, or you need to date something, and that is the most important thing you do. Like there's a whole bunch of these disciplines where they're obsessed with like dating something and telling you what the origin is, and instead of looking at it as life in the process of being, which is a completely different approach, looking things life processes instead of, oh, this is the day, or this is the origin. Like it's all totally abstract. Even if it's a few thousand years, for the biblical, the people who are really take the Bible to be, absolutely untouchable. 5,000 years is too much for you to realize. We only live about 100 and maximum, and it's really impossible to fathom what it means. And there's some other things that I don't know if you come across. I wonder what you think. That there's some stories that you hear sort of from India. People coming into their grandfather, their father, and their families remember this one rishi or this one holy man or something who meditates in the city or something, who's there. But the grandfather knew him and died, and then the father knew him and died, and the son grew up, and the guy's still there. So there's these other, in terms of how, and this points to the idea that some people can live way longer, and others do not even pick up on, which is it's another shot into the system, I think. Like, for instance, the fact that we're surrounded by toxicity, right? If we were able to really know how biology works, don't you think that we'd be having much greater lifespans and other things? Or I know that's kind of unrelated.
Oh yeah, I think, one of the reasons I think everything was so big before was that we lived in a more oxygen-rich, pressurized environment. If the oceans were higher and it's an enclosed place, then you would have a lot more pressure. There's some guy who did experiments with tomato plants, and he just put them inside of a pressurized room and raised the oxygen content by just a bit of the concentration, and he grew these gigantic, tomatoes by the
and they were those cherry tomatoes. He grew what was supposed to be cherry tomatoes, and they grew up about the size of bigger than your fist. Dr. Minodo, I believe, was his name. It was Japan, and it was a couple decades ago.
thousands.
I think I saw this. I thought it was carbon dioxide.
No, it was oxygen. Carbon dioxide works. Carbon dioxide works in another way, but the experiment in Japan was with pure oxygen.
It's extra pressure for the plant to work. So the plant can work with oxygen and CO2. It doesn't really matter. It creates its own, it balances things off, I guess. But yeah,
I think in a slightly different system, I don't think we would even need food. I think we would be able to absorb what we need through the air.
Which is another thing that people talk about, and that has been done, it has been spoken of and written about even in antiquity. You see these kinds of diets. There's like the story that I think I forget if it's Arjuna or Krishna in one of the previous lives. They meditated for over 1,000 years, not drinking anything or something. So there's all these crazy stories. Like at some point that he stands on one leg for 2,000 divine years. Like there's all these austerities, right? But I remember one description that says that his whole body was just veins because of the level of austerity that he was undergoing in this kind of meditation. but yeah, it goes into these kinds of extremes.
Okay,
even
I wouldn't know what to say either, Dr. Mike.
Added right here, the science delusion. He talks about how the law, one of the so-called laws of thermodynamics, is debunkable through people who actually live off the air or live off something. They don't eat, and somehow they have energy. That basically breaks away the whole idea that energy never goes away or doesn't come out of nowhere, doesn't come, that whatever it is that they say, that the system has to always have.
Wow, after 3 hours and 34 minutes, Dr. Nunez is tapping into the breatharians. That's not something that I think you need food, people. Give us this day our daily bread unless you're praying for the Lord. I don't think that there is eternal fasting.
Plants absorbing light from the sun, and then they're transmuting that light energy using that to actually create elements that are not in their environment. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't be doing something similar in a different scenario, but there's so many different ways in which we're being toxified, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. So,
Yeah, gotta watch out. It's, let me see here.
the more you know, the more discernment you can exercise when it comes to matters of health, which is really important.
I think it has a lot to do
In the
with
current climate.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with keeping tranquility of mind and spirit and so on, and being the calm. It has a lot to do with for me because of how you can't really think when you're nervous. Just nobody can think when they're either angry or fearful, or sometimes you need to act in moments of stress. You need to take action. That's different. When you're trying to understand things, if you're in a rush, or if you're emotionally too engaged, or you need to prove something, so it's like an emotional argument. For me, at least, it doesn't work. That's where I draw the line between when people are preaching and when people are analyzing, because I don't believe that in the way of acting where you impose your ideas upon others, and you kind of force something, or you get angry because they don't think the way you think that you want them to think. I think this is completely out of the question. It's not something.
It's an excellent point, because I think so many people, when it comes to how they're sharing information, as soon as anyone is like 100%, it's this, and they say it like they're speaking the word of God.
Right, that's another problem.
Then I'm immediately suspicious, because like, is it really? Or is there another explanation or scenario?
Yeah, and and then it turns around. It's like that logic that turns over itself, and people say, don't follow the wisdom of men, but they're the men telling you what the wisdom of God would be. But they're the men telling you. Like it's kind of like, oh, you can't really get off that conundrum there. You're the one telling me. And the only way out of that I've seen in the kind of studies of religion, indigenous peoples, and so on, is these kind of completely hands-off approach to spirituality, where it's like, it's not something I meddle with. I don't meddle with your journey. You don't meddle with my journey. And it all has to do with, for them, at least in this one particular case I talk about all the time, it has to do with the dream world, being a dreamer and understanding the dream world. That's where things are actually happening. That's where it comes from. You're not really...
As a Christian, this should be breaking your heart, because we're only doing what we're told by the Lord. He has opened our eyes, unplugged our ears. It's God that has changed us, and he can, and until their eyes are open, that's why we can continue to pray. This is such a spiritual battle. Can you see all the proofs that they've gone over? But because it aligns with the Bible, somehow they want to make it say, we're forcing it upon it. God didn't force this upon us in any way. Any ideas about what, Paula?
This is when we hear, you're not really supposed to debate what's actually going on. You go figure out for yourself by dreaming. That's what you say. Like when you come and say, okay, what's your religion like? And they're like, you just have to become a dreamer. I mean, we don't know. We're not going to tell you instructions.
Yeah, that's the difference between believing and knowing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't even want to mess with your mind by telling you what to believe. They want you to find out for yourself, and it's your job. It's nobody else. It's a hard one, and it's quite a challenge. I think I really like that idea.
Yeah, and so often the criticisms are based on logical fallacies, and if you've studied a bit of logic and you can spot at least the core, most commonly used fallacies, then you find out that all the people that are supposed to be out there, protecting the scientific method and the virtue signaling of or we have to, the fact checker types, you find out that they're the ones that are using the fallacious arguments, they're mocking, they are, ignoring evidence that's presented in favor of whatever their belief is. That's what happened to me when my channel, someone went after my channel who had a big channel, and he did we talked about maybe going over that video in a future visit.
Yeah, their job is to go after people who are thinking outside of the box, as their function is to be some sort of gatekeeper. And they're probably, some of these people that you're talking about, they're paid to do this, their job. They lie for a living. We can catch them lying, we can show that they're lying. And it's amazing because a lot of people take them to be some sort of authorities just on the account of the fact that there's numbers of subscribers in their channels. That's it. There's like a bunch of followers. That now there's a lot of people, even in the so-called truther movement or community, who think that is what makes your content worth anything, is how many views it has. It's like they still hung up on this, and it's quite amazing. And you see people making decisions on that all the time. They make decisions. So I'm going to collaborate. I'm going to show up in the show because this has more views, and this person, I can't get somewhere. And it's like, what are you doing?
This guy did a video on me, and 170,000 people saw that, and it was like a 2 week wave of dislike, and the video had like a 98.5% thumbs up rating, and by the time that wave was done, it was like 900 dislikes and horrible comments. So yeah, I got a taste of what that's like. And just the other day, I ran across a 4-minute video that someone did on my channel. He's done a lot of mockery videos on a whole bunch of different channels, and he did one on mine, and I just kind of found it by chance. And he's adding laugh tracks and different things to make it. It's just like
desperation.
It's like a sitcom, but he doesn't address any of the actual research or
they don't ever talk about details. They don't. They just want to. They just want to say, this guy thinks that this rock is a heart. It's like that. The clown that, and people are like, oh, how stupid. They don't even, like, why? Yeah. They don't even ask the question. It's like they're out there. It's not even good satire or good kind of mockery, right? There's different ways of doing that. And I don't know. Yeah. It's quite.
It's mind-numbing.
It's smearing out of the inability to actually have their own content and to actually have some good critique, which is what I see. I find it totally reasonable for people to be skeptical of what you're saying, to say, I don't follow any of it. I don't, but show why. At least if you're gonna spend time engaging and listening to what I'm saying, at least have the, you're gonna say you're gonna dismiss it. Yeah, you're in the right to dismiss it, but you're gonna dismiss it as I just don't believe it, which is not very well informed, or it doesn't show much acuity of thought, I guess you say, or attention to detail. Somebody who's really going to debunk it, they're going to have to go the long mile and say, why do you have all those correlations? There would be somebody who does something like this, they should be excited about it. They should be excited about being honest about the information. That's what research is. It's excitement, focus. You get excited about tackling an issue, and you do it in your own full, honest way. That's how it should be. When you get people smearing and laugh, I laugh at NASA stuff, but this is obviously because we debunked everything about it. Like every single thing we look that comes at us, it's easy we can prove, and we have no argument on the other hand.
And that's the thing. I mean, you know all that, and there are a few people in the world that are better at debunking and trolling NASA than you are. I have a lot of respect. But when it comes to Earthshape in general, like what a fantastic teaching tool to teach people debate, to teach people scientific method, to really educate them. Like I just learned a term last week that's brilliant. I mean, I've always understood it intuitively, but you've got the straw man argument, which is you create this false argument that isn't even what your opponent is trying to, convey. So you build up the false argument so that you can tear it down. And so that's the straw man argument. It's like you deflect. You don't even pay attention to the core of their arguments.
Right.
But
Totally,
the opposite of that is the steel man argument. Which is where you go in and you I can't remember who I heard it from, but you go in and you learn your opponent's.
You might be hearing that from me, because that's something I say all the time. This is the thing that whenever you read ancient authors, and I talk about this all the time, Cicero, he's the kind of the shining example of exactly what you say. Steel man, you never misrepresent the argument of your opponent. Like, he does it. He has a book which is on divination, which he has.
It's cowardly.
It's bad. It's just weak. They wouldn't want to do that. They don't want to do that. They know it's weak. So the thing is, it's avoided like that.
It's cowardly.
It's weak-minded. They don't want that. They don't want that. They want to really study the opponent before taking it down. It's shitty if you don't do that. It's cheating. It's stupid. So what he does, in this divination book, you can read it. It's actually really easy to. You would really enjoy it. I read almost the whole thing in my stream the other night. But what he does is that he has his brother present the argument for divination, for all these portents and strange events. And then he comes as the other character who goes against it and tries to give arguments against it. But he has a book for it, and he has another book against it. And he doesn't push anything into the reader. He doesn't see, he wants you to think about it too. He wants you to consider both sides and have an opinion about it and look forward further. He's doing you a service of presenting you the arguments in the most full way they could possibly be, instead of which is so sturdy when it comes to intellectual presentation. It's amazing. Yeah. These guys are incredible. And now you
debating with integrity. Debating with integrity.
Yeah, I mean, now you have the absolute opposite. People are so concerned that they want to win or they want to be the funniest or whatever. They just want to say something that has an effect. And I mean, you've been the victim of this, of course, because it's quite easy. The easiest route is to see what your conclusion is, and instead of going through the steps, and even if your conclusion is not so solid, right, for yourself, you're still looking forward. Right? And they
absolutely.
Yeah.
Lot to admire in this man, Dr. Wilkerson. He is stuck with it. And this little, I don't mean little, he's much smaller in the picture. Doesn't this guy look like Colin Farrell? He's trying to figure it out, man. They are two doctors that are struggling to fit the information. Well, wow, 3 hours and 46 minutes, and who knows how much I've added to it. We are going to finish it off, and then I think I'm going to show some of Webb Danuvi's. He made a couple of videos about rocks, and we'll look at his, and then we'll call it a night.
Everybody. Okay, I think we should wrap it up. I'm about to fall asleep here.
All right, man. Thank you so much for your time and for coming around. And whenever you would like to be back and talk about those, we can focus on those two videos. I'll be happy to do it.
Yeah, that'd be fun go through, because I'd love to hear your perspectives and see what you spot. I watched your analysis of Behind the Curve. That was one of the first things I ever saw you do, and it was fantastic, because you were talking about all kinds of little subtle things that I wouldn't have picked up on, little tricks of the trade that they use to kind of deflect from an argument or mislead you, or, get you to believe what they want you to believe, rather than presenting things impartially, showing the different sides, because that was what they presented it as if they were going to do. They did anything but that, and I think that you showed that incredibly well.
They even admit later in an interview I analyzed as well, when the guy says that the editor says that after he saw Mark Sargent talking to a kid in the conference, or getting a letter from this enthused kid, then he went nuts. It's like, no, you can't go after the children of flat Earth, blah, blah, blah. And then he decided to really take a hard stance and try to ridicule them hardcore.
Well, it's like that loser Bill Nye. I mean, that guy, what a scumbag he is on every level. I'm sorry, but it's like there are few people in the world that I'd rather punch in the face more than
Yeah, no, it's terrible.
you know, that's just like you got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff is flat from like 80,000 feet in the air. You're not gonna see it. And then you got Bill Nye with this little boat going over
over the horizon on the curved surface.
Oh my God! What a nice. I don't think he's ever said anything but a lie in his life.
Yeah, he's a Disney actor. He's a Disney actor.
The reason I brought him up, because I don't like to even talk about him, is that he's a perfect example of somebody who's not following the scientific method. He's not taking the strong arguments. He's just going for the weakest ones. It's all sophistry, and I had some of the pointers in late, but yeah.
You're not the annoying guy.
It was a wonderful talk, and glad we finally did it. We've been talking about doing it for a long time, and
We did it. We can do it.
we'll have some more fun in the not too distant future. Thank you everybody for still being here after 4 hours or whatever it was. That's
About 4 hours.
Amazing.
It's just about that right now. So typical. And it's good. It's good. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna switch the scenes here and let you go. And thank you. And just let me know whenever you like to talk to me. Of course, you know how to find me. And yeah, always a pleasure.
Thanks, Rodrigo.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Take care.
Peace.
Peace, everybody.
Let's hear his
Ciao.
comments here.
Volenti non fit immediate. For those who are flying, there's no injury can grab them. So Massier is saying here, Lewandowski. Chess Knights, it could happen as well. Antarctic 3D saying, Romans, go home. Chess Knight, Chess Knight. It's always a chess night. I'm always watching chess. Always I have work to do as well. Amikian.
That was a good show. We're gonna, as promised, let's look up Web to Newbie here and
openings on the top here. Hey guys, I just wanted to do a quick video for you. I just wanted to show you some of these rocks I found up here in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. And I personally found each and every one of these. And I do believe that each of these is a Nephilim body part. I think that all of these that I took some pictures too, so I'm going to do a slideshow on a video. I do believe this is some type of a brain matter material of some sort. This back is just super interesting and skin-like, or just it's a layer of fascia or something like that. So that's one of my better ones right there. I do think I've got some hypothalamus midbrains. A lot of times you're going to see this knob pointing out, and I think that's when you're seeing the hypothalamus, I believe. It's a pattern that you'll see repeating quite a bit. I do think this could be a heart right here. This is one of my better specimens. It's got the openings that are filled with the opal / jasper material on the inside of this one. And this particular type of rock has a specific name as well. I can't remember it right now. But we're going to save the best for last year. I do believe I have one of the best heart stones ever found, or at least that I've ever seen. I believe this is potentially another hypothalamus here. You can see that knob. There's the knob on there. I do hope this video comes out. If not, I'll make a better one. This here is an agate I found, one of my better agate finds for this area. I'm not sure what potential body part, but I do consider this a complete, which means it's not been chipped off or eroded or river tumbled very much. It was pretty much just stuck there in the mud and kept its original form. I also don't know what body part this would have been, but it does have some super interesting formations inside there that look very much like biological human type of systems in that one. Let's see here. Here we've got what I believe is a half brain. Not sure what this one is, but it could be another brain type material. Could be, it's got potentially the knob going here for the thalamus, the hypothalamus, or I'll have to look it up, make sure I'm getting that name right. But this one, quite interesting. Quite a good specimen on that one. Got this little agate carnelian that I found with a what they call a botryoidal or druzy pocket on the inside. It just screams body part though to me, this one.
Will you look at that? Frozen in judgment.
All this stuff, pretty much all of this is on the 7 on the Mohs hardness scale. If it's opal, it might be like a 6. But all this stuff's pretty much like a 6 to a 7. Other than the basalt material that we saw on the other heart specimen I showed you before, that would be softer. The softer material. Not sure what this one is, but it's just got body parts written all over it. Don't know, can't quite tell from the shape on this one what it might have been. This one's a complete, it's an agate. It's got all kinds of patterning. It looks very biological. Probably brain material of some sort. Potentially another one of those mid-brains. Here we've got I'm trying to figure out, I've got several that follow this pattern with these.
Sean, what I think you're trying to say in the comments is body part. Oop, that's a body part.
It's with this line. I'm trying to figure out because I'm starting to realize that there's a certain body part that keeps turning into what looks like this right here. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'll get back to you when I do. I'm certain that the Lord's going to show me. He's going to be able to show me what that is. Here we've got the finer banding on this type of agate right here. Not sure. Again, here I've got what I would consider a complete, one of my favorite finds I've ever found. It glows very much in the sun. I just love this rock. It seems like a complete to me. I don't know what it is though. This one is extremely biological, one of my best specimens, I would say, overall. I'd love to figure out what this, because you see this over and over again on these agates on the outside, that kind of looks like, I don't know what it is, but it's almost like on the inside of your bone, what it would be like or something. But I do want to figure out what that exact material right there, what biological that corresponds to, what material that corresponds to. Okay, here we've got another agate. This one has the bluish tinge to it. as well as that's an
Yeah,
outfit.
that looks like brain, some part.
One of
to
those
me.
other finds. Super awesome banding on this one. Don't know what body part this represents, but again, we're gonna get to the bottom of it.
I think it's corpus callosum.
This one was super interesting. Has a very flat bottom, super flat, perfectly level on the bottom there. It seems to be complete. It may have been broken off around this edge here, exposing this inside piece. That may be where it fractured and opened up. Not quite sure. This is the reddest carnelian I've ever found, and of the largest size and redness. I'm not sure what body part. It kind of has that bump of the midbrain going on, so that could be a midbrain right there. We've got this one with the quartz and then the banded jasper running across, and it's completely smoothed off. Very, very smooth. And I don't think that's river smooth. I'm not quite sure, but I think it may just be that way.
It's just that way.
So not sure what body part that is, but I'm certain that it is a body part. And then finally, we'll get to the grand finale here. This is, I believe, one of the best mud fossil / flood fossil
Of all time.
parts specimens that I've ever seen. Alan Hughes did a wonderful autopsy on a heart specimen. That was one of the other best ones I've ever seen. I don't know if he still possesses that rock material or not, but the good news is we can always go out and find more.
Amen.
But I will say that to find one that's as good as the one I'm showing you right
Yeah, this is always number one. That's the best one that is in play as we speak.
now is more.
I mean, you could even see the different color of, see on this part here, this is your fresh blood coming in. And then before this part here, it releases it into the lung. It's dirty and it's got to be cleaned out again. And then it comes back in fresh. Swastika, 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 swastika.
This one just happens to be red, and it happens to be in a nice hardness scale of 7 with the quartz and the jasper that it's basically made out of at this point. But look at the veining and whatnot on there, and the fascia. I mean, you can just see the fascia layers. You can see the muscle layers on this one. You can see the helical heart with the perfect line going down, the perfect openings on the top here. And I'll be doing probably a exclusive video just on this one specimen here. But I just want to show you that for now. So thanks a lot, guys. Just wanted to give you a little look at my collection here of these flood fossils I got. How's it going, guys? Web Dev Newbie here. Just coming back with another video on the rocks being body parts, at least some of them. And in the last video on the Stones Crying Out, I showed you some of my rock collection, and I told you that the Lord was going to show me what body parts some of them are, and I do think that that has happened. So I'm here to make a video to show you what the Lord showed me about some of these rocks. So I think a lot of the agates and the material that is this 7 on the hardness scale, it's called either chalcedony, it can be called quartz rock. It's all pretty much made of the same thing at its base level molecule, which is this very hard microcrystalline quartz structure that typically makes the stone about a 7 on the Mohs hardness scale. So the first one I'm going to show you is what's called the dendritic agate. So right here where the mouse is pointing, this particular pattern right here, I do think could very likely be the cerebellum from the cerebellum of the brain. This right over here in this picture. So let me pull up some images here of the cerebellum, and we're going to put them next to some images of dendritic agate. So there's a sort of a drawing of what the cerebellum looks like. Let me go ahead and get a close-up on this one right here. Looks pretty good. Get a close-up on this one right here on the cerebellum. Okay. I like this one quite a bit. What you're going to notice on this, and it's also can be, you could call it a Lichtenberg pattern as well. It very much resembles that. But when you look at the structure of the cerebellum in cross section here, they're really very, very similar. In fact, I do have some dendritic agate pictures here that are pretty darn close. So here's a dendritic agate that was cut into slices, slabbed into a slice, and then now you can see the cross section. Kind of like you're seeing the cross section of the brain here on the left. We'll try to make that a little bigger so we can maybe just get a better side-by-side here. And what you'll notice here is if you actually even count these arms, you can basically dang near put them right on top of each other. So I'll let you guys just look at that for a little bit, but the structure is very similar. And so that's why I think the Lord's showing me that this is the body part that these things represent. So this agate here, I mean, it's basically a fluid-filled, like if this theory is correct, then this whole agate here would have been like the fluid-filled sac of the brain. And then it's either being flash frozen into this crystal structure, you know, with the glittering sword, or it's over time being through transition minerals being replaced after the Great Flood. Either way, it's from the Great Flood, is what I think. But either way, it's being transformed into this rock, I think. It has been transformed into that. That's a pretty good picture right there. That's one of the better ones. This one, you can see it quite a bit as well. So yeah, I think that the dendritic, what they call the dendritic, here's an agate that is basically what they call a thunder egg as well. Oftentimes these thunder egg balls, they're often in the shape of a ball or an oval type shaped ball that can be filled with either it can have a pocket of crystals inside with hollowness, or it can just be completely filled with potentially agate material, chalcedony, jasper, things like that. So I think what it is the brain, when it breaks apart, it's breaking apart into these different pieces is what it is. And that's what you're finding here is broken apart pieces of, now sometimes you can find them fully intact. I don't yet know exactly what the balls are, but I do think I know what these folds of the brain up here look like. So I'll show you that one next. Bear with me here. I do have a lot of pictures open, so I'm going to. So what I believe these brain folds up here on the top of the brain would more correlate to would be these polyhedroid agates. Now this one in this picture has been shaved down, so this rock has been worked. You wouldn't find it typically in this condition like this. It's going to have a lot of material around it, and I believe what you're seeing with all these bands is this is the brain. These are layers of the brain. So let me pull up some pictures of a rock that I have personally. I do think this is also a brain part here as well, the one that we're looking at right there. I do think that this is some sort of a brain part, and I do think that this material itself, this quartz material / chalcedony, whatever you want to call it, I think it goes throughout whatever the brain is made of. Other parts of the body are also made of it, such as the nervous system that goes throughout your entire body. So that's potentially what they're finding when you say a vein of quartz or a vein of this or a vein of that, that you're, depending on the size of the Nephilim, if it was a massive giant, then its veins and its brain and everything are going to be really huge. And so therefore you're going to find, these larger sized body parts that have broken down into pieces. And then, so this is the one I wanted to show you here. And I'm going to put this next to an image, which is the one that spurred me to make this video for you. And it was this right here, because I was looking at this, and like I told you, I knew the Lord was going to show me what it was, and sure enough he did when I was looking at this picture right here. And what we're seeing on the right here, that with this rock that I found, this agate, this banded agate, is you're seeing just a piece of the brain. See, so these folds that are on the outside of the brain, see how they're like they've got like that square kind of shape to them, but they still are a little bit rounded as well. It's kind of like exactly what you're seeing in cross section here. And so what this rock would be one of these pieces, these folds broken off, at a break point, some sort of a break point, common. There's probably, and this is as you go out and find these things more and more too, you do start to see patterns and things in them. So there's common break points on a lot of these things as well. But it could have been any one of these folds, and see, any one of these different folds at the different break points could represent the different types of agates. So for example, over here, you might see a beautiful agate that has bands that go.
I called that as a corpus calestrum in the first video. Webb is so smart.
This all the way around all three of these. If this three pieces were able to stay intact, and the break point was right here along this piece, or rather, what you might find more commonly are going to be these smaller breakpoint pieces. Okay. But over here, you can put this image right here, right next to one of these, and you can really see. And so these bands, what you're seeing is these are the layers of the brain. That's how it's layered, apparently. And this is just a stock image that I found, but also shows that what they call that polyhedral banding. But it's just a piece of a brain. That's what it really is. Okay, I hope you guys could see that. See the same thing I'm seeing on that one. Again, something like this. Now this would be like where's the attachment point? See, this would have been a cross section of a thunder egg, I believe, in this image right here. So this is not mine. This is one I downloaded, and so I think that these thunder eggs, there's something else. They're pieces of the brain, I believe, that break off as like a ball almost, or something resembling a ball. So there are different pieces of the brain that break off, but they all end up as this material right here, this same type of material, and you'll see the similar banding patterns because it's all made of the same kind of stuff, and it's all been built, in all its glory by our Lord. Okay, so we'll move on, and I'll just show you, I guess, a couple more images of that, what I would call a piece of brain of a Nephilim giant. This would have just been a very small part of his brain. His brain would have been huge. I suppose the size of let's say, at least a basketball, or no, bigger than that. It would have to be, the size of a large beach ball, maybe, something like that. Okay, let's move on to the next. And as I was telling you, with the brain, there's going to be all these different pieces. So you could very well, like I said, have these balls, potentially this anterior pituitary lobe, and this posterior pituitary lobe would be, do apologize, guys.
I'm on. Let's see. I'm on record as saying that the posterior pituitary lobe is red garnet. That's your red garnet. I've got one, big.
Or these twofers, these connected pieces that you might find that could be fused together in some of the specimens. Some of them they're apart. This could be very well these thunder eggs right there. Because we don't know how populated the Earth was back before the flood, the Great Flood. I mean, it could have been in the many billions easily, or more even than it is nowadays in terms of all of the humans and of different sizes and everything. We just really don't know. But so we're just having to kind of put together the pieces using the evidence that we have. Excuse me. All right, well, let's I'm going to show you, we'll stick on the brain topic here before I move on to the heart, and then I'll wrap up the video. So I do believe this one, I found this as a whole intact rock, and I do think this is yet again one of these pieces. It would be, you know, potentially a pituitary lobe. It's got this 2 bumps and then even a 3rd bump down here, kind of. And I don't think this has been really river tumbled much. I think this was like a fully complete intact piece potentially right here, and it's a good one. It's got more of what they call the saginite. It's got more of like the saginite kind of thing going on inside of it, and so I do think that's also related to just being one of these other body parts here, whether it be the thalamus, the hypothalamus. I mean, there's a lot of different ones. So it would take maybe somebody with a little bit better eye, further investigation on some of these different rocks to be able to start pinning them down as to like which is which body, exactly which body part. Okay, and then I've got this one. I found this rock right here. This has the polyhedral banding. I do believe this would just be, you know, part of the brain, of course. Now this one happens to have this, you know, actual pattern. And I do see this as a repeating, this one right here, I've seen this as a repeating out in the wild quite a bit. So I do think that this particular rock is a certain body part that we could really be able to identify and always be able to say, oh yeah, this is such and such part of the brain. I don't know exactly which one yet. But I don't think this is just a normal fold, or maybe this would be one of these square folds on the outside that then breaks off as a piece. That could be what we're looking at. Hard to say exactly. Need some more study on that one. There it is again, just flipped in the other direction. And you can kind of see this outside layer right here. So this one has these outside layer pieces on it. So it's more of a, again, just more of a pattern-ish, identifiable rock, I think, in my opinion, this particular one. So keep your eye out for that. This was the one I thought was potentially a thalamus, hypothalamus, something like that. They commonly have this bump on the end, so that's another one of those patterns. I do think this is some kind of a half brain right here. The half brain of maybe the top piece, maybe all these other pieces have separated and broken apart, and they're no longer part of this. You know what I mean? And then there was this one here, which I also think is nervous system / brain material of some sort. This could potentially be, these are more rare, and this could be a potentially an identifiable thing or piece, because this has this really interesting layer on the back of it, which is pictured right here. And to me, this one just screams biological brain part, body part, something. So just wanted to show you that. I'll get through maybe, yeah, I guess I'm done with the brain pictures for now, guys. So we'll move on to the heart, and then we'll kind of wrap it up. This one, I think, is another piece of the brain right here. When you see this, what they call botryoidal or botryoidal formation, or this also one has what you call drusen on the inside. Kind of glistens and gleams at you with these kind of microcrystal, but they're kind of rounded off. They're not like spiky. They're kind of more rounded. But you know, so it's druzy is what you would call that. But this again, brain part, I think, right there. Okay. And then I'm going to move on to this heart specimen and show you some side-by-side action with this one. Okay, so this is a really good side-by-side, and then we'll look at the picture after that. But right here is a really good side-by-side. So you can see the similarities from this angle specifically, I was able to just find this image on the left online. I just typed in human heart and I was looking for images. And as you can see, all the arteries and everything have been removed. And it's just really kind of the heart itself, without everything attached, which is kind of like how this rock is. And I mean, you can practically just put one right on top of the other almost, and you've got this large opening right here, which you can see this flap of meat. Flesh is covering in this image. This would just kind of be all part of that helical heart system, but obviously this has been petrified into stone and quartz rock, and so this is but you can see, and then I'll show you the images on. This is also from a similar angle, this drawing, but it actually lists the different parts, and then you can identify those on top and kind of correlate those to the pictures here. But you've got this right atrium, you've got this left atrium. So this would be your large right atrium, and that piece that get popped off, there's, that is out in the wild somewhere, but it was here, but it all kind of separates at these different break points.
Right. See, I couldn't have explained that any better myself, but so I don't know, just to hear my voice, that's not it. But so remove this flap, and you can even see, look at the angle here, just a small, then a dip in and out. Here's that dip and out, and here's that, it's a gradual, more of a turn here. All hearts are different depending. And remember, all of the hearts that they show you from cadavers and things like that, they were not hit by the glittering sword. Most of them are just, quit beating. This was caught in motion over here. So there are going to be some differences. And plus, this one was caught in a flood running for its life.
Okay, so just kind of take a look at this for a little bit, guys. I mean, this is pretty close stuff right here. And then I'll pull that drawing back up here in a minute and make it bigger. So I think that's a pretty good demonstration of what I'm talking about, because the helical heart, you can see this, how the meat kind of folds over, it wraps around is what it really is doing. It's twisting and wrapping around in a circle, I guess you could say, or a vortex. And that's what that's why this piece on the right on the rock is a different color from what's on the left here. It's just like you're seeing in the image over there. It's just the way that whatever happened to it when it petrified, you can clearly just see the difference in the layers is what we're seeing there. Okay, let's look at this in a little bit bigger now, just so we can identify the different openings. So this right here can give you a pretty good idea. If you kind of just take this rock and kind of flip it down into the left a little bit, and I'll show you some of the other pictures. This would be on the side here. This is kind of from the back, flipped upside down from what you just saw. But this gives you some good images of the other side, the back side of this heart specimen.
Right. And on the backside, it'd be coming off this, these tubes, they run around and connect to the backside of the heart here. It has a succulus point. So that's, this is probably exposed when these break off. They don't show it. It's really a busy thing in here, but all of these, come out and go back, and they attach on this side and on the other side also.
It's flood fossil. Kind of give you a look at some of the vein layers and everything, vein and arteries and fascia and fatty tissue that was on there, and muscle. I mean, it's all mixed together. The nerves, they're all in there. It's the most electrical organ in the body as well. So that's why it's also, I believe, full of the quartz material and everything. It's quite an amazing thing. Now let me see. Is there anything else I need to show you here? Yeah, we can put this also, blow this up a little bit. This gives you that cross section on the inside, which, if I was to slice this rock open, and now these chambers would have been filled with fluid basically, and then petrified in that way. So typically this would be a solid. They're not going to be most likely not going to be an air pocket inside there. But you would expect to find something very similar to a cross section of this. If you were to take a cross section of it, you would.
Yeah. One of the things that you'll find if you do a cross section, you will find, okay, this part right here, depending if it's what he said, if it's a 7 or an 8 on the moss hardness scale, the blood or anything that's caught, this part here would be softer, harder, softer, harder. So there's this rock cut in half nephrensically would show, different types of material, and you'd be able to follow back the softness, or you could just wash it out with hydrochloric acid, use 3% muriatic acid, or medical grade hydrogen peroxide, because that eats flesh away, and it eats the softest flesh away fastest. But it's very, very volatile and dangerous. So I can't recommend you using it unless you really feel and pray to the Lord that you're going to be super careful.
And I think from the outside, it's clear that is what you would find on the inside. Now, someday I might cut this open. I might keep this and try to find another specimen to cut open, because this is such a good one. I don't know if I actually want to cut it or not yet. But if I do,
I wouldn't cut this one. Like Stellium 7, he's saving his best examples unless we can possibly get him CAT scanned and look at him, like that. When that song, I'm turning Japanese, you want to take a picture so I can look at you from inside as well. Boy, I ruined that.
Certainly document every moment, and then triple back up that, documentation, that video, for sure. If I was to slice this one down. So that's what I got for you today, guys. I just wanted to share that.
I need a doctor to take a picture so I can look at you from inside as well.
With you, I just wanted to show you what I was shown and give you that information. And I do hope that you all have a great day, night, week, month, year. Keep in prayer. There's a lot of bad stuff going down, and just want you guys all to be strong with your faith. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, web dev newbie. I wonder if some of those bad things that he's going down, there's some bad things going down. I wonder if he means lockdown, because that sucks. That sucks. Well, everything depends on the diet. If there are 2 stones, that's like you get different colored diamonds, like the rare yellow one, the rare pink one, these or that or the other thing. A lot of those, when it comes down to hardness, it's the diet of the Nephilim. So with that, we'll wrap it up. I'd like to invite the men to take their hats off. Women, however you want to pray, that you will find yourself right before God. Please join me. Dear Heavenly Father, almost 5 hours, and there's always been more than a handful watching. Heavenly Father, we thank you for lifting the veil. We thank you for letting us be a part of it. We understand that in this life we will have tribulation, and we will be of good cheer, and we will overcome this world. Father, there's so many people that I know that right now are leaning upon you, Father, for daily bread and daily substances in the spiritual and the physical realm. And Heavenly Father, I know more than 2 or 3 are agreed right now, not just for Amy, that you might smile and bless her life, but for all of those who are hurting, for everyone out there with aches and pains, for those rejoicing, like Edna celebrating a birthday, not as a, hey, look at me type thing, but hey, this is the day that the Lord brought me in, and she's doing all she can to serve the Lord. And Father, help us to rejoice with those that are rejoicing and weep with those that are weeping. And Father, so many different things. And you will give us the time and place to react to each other, to know at each time, and to help us in every way possible to be better servants, to love you more. We pray that you will increase our faith. We pray that you will help us to realize that we have not because we asked not correctly. And Father, show us how to be correctly. We pray that you will help us to wisely remember Jesus's words to John's disciple that no, his disciples didn't fast then, they'll fast later. And Father, help us to use all of our spiritual ammunition to leave nothing on the table. Heavenly Father, that if we've been given 5 talents, we want to use them all to get 10. We don't want to take a chance and increase it threefold and maybe find out that we could have done more or something. Help us to not ever to trust you and know, Father, that you are in control of our steps from the end to the beginning. We offer these praise and prayers and unspoken requests and everything that we thought. I pray that the forgiveness that you have granted and washed us clean with will be so evident, and even the sins, of omission, the things we couldn't do, Father, you'll forgive those also, and that you will help us to fine tune our spirituality, to be in touch, Heavenly Father, that we can live up to the high calling of Peter when he said that to know to do good and do it not is sin, and realize that we're not under the law. We're so much more responsible to pleasing God than the people that had the law. Father, it's written on our heart. Help us to live it every day, every hour. This I pray in the holy name, the only name of the incarnate God, Jesus Christ, the anointed Messiah. Amen. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. It's been a wonderful day, a chance to spend, almost like a full-time job of almost 8 hours of video today. Thank you, Lord, Heavenly Father. Oh, it's a flat earth nation. Mudflood was Armageddon. I think that's what the Bible teaches. And if you don't believe me, you should debate me if you care about people that are searching the Bible and trying to find the truth. That's all we want, is a fair and honest debate. It's a flat earth nation. I'm never going to tell you anything else. Why would I? Trying to prove that I have your best interest at heart. And I know that the salt of the earth in the chat room right now feel exactly the same way. Amen. Hallelujah. Aho.